Peace, peace. Am I able to ask a question? Nope.
All right, are you all able to hear me now? Testing, testing.
Yes.
Okay, that was strange. All right, so of course that means this is going to be a hit show because I was saying a whole bunch of this and that, so I'm going to go back through it. I was talking this entire time. All right, when that music stopped, I was talking, so no biggie. So sometime it'd be like that. We're just gonna keep it moving. So greetings to everyone. Hope everyone is doing well within your space and time. We are streaming on YouTube as well, so shout out to everybody who is on YouTube watching. This is Tony B, Vortex, and I hope everyone is doing well here. So shout out to everybody. I went through everybody's name and everything. I'm gonna do that again, but shout out to everybody who's here in the Zoom as well. Hope all of you are doing well within your space and time. And if not, no worries. When we get into this conversation today, maybe you all will be able to chime in here in a little moment here, and hopefully, if there is a challenge, maybe that challenge can be rectified, or some solutions may be able to be had not only for myself but maybe even someone else. Okay, so um, what sparked the conversation today is that first off, we haven't had a conversation in some time. We've been quite busy on our end, as you all already know, most of you all anyway. Over the summer, I was looking for a new space for us. And of course, we've been in that new space for about 4.5, 5 months now. That is the Meta Center. We are down the street from our original location with Dr. Dibble Blair, which was about almost 9 years ago that the elder had ascended, transitioned, some would say, right? So, we haven't had a conversation. You know, our conversations could go anywhere from 2 to 6, 7 hours. Okay. And I was like, no, many of you have been kind of messaging me, wanting the meditations again and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of getting in the flow since we have taken on much more responsibility now. So we can have these type of conversations. So hope everyone's doing well. So a little bit of framework or rules just for today. Let's keep everything high vibrational. We're going to be talking about some serious subjects. And even though we talk about those serious subjects that deal with the theater that is going on around us on this grand stage, even though that's the case, that does not mean that is low vibrational per se, as we're just talking about the reality around us so that we all can be informed. Because there are some things happening that maybe some of you all don't know about that you do really want to know about. All right. When it comes to any personal situations that may be going on, that hopefully a solution can be had from, it's not about just speaking on it in a complaining, energy draining kind of way. Just say what's going on, and hopefully with that, a solution can be had. 2024, high vibrations, no exceptions. All right. So, many times so over the years, sometime when we know we need to do better, sometime when we know those around us can do better, we, when they're not doing better, when they're making excuses about it, many times we will just kind of accept that. We would kind of just let it go. We'll let it be give it a pass, right? No more passes this year. And humanity as a whole needs to understand that this year and going forth, things have already been getting very serious in this theater, right? So we at the time of the play where now the music is starting to take a different tone, all right? And it's showing in that music, in that tones, those vibrations are showing that things are getting a bit more tense field, okay, on the stage. And so this is the time where we need to be more focused on what we do, right? Especially when it comes to, for example, let me give you some easy examples, right? Um, if you know, as I said in that previous podcast the other day, if you know that you need to take a few steps outside, you need to get some workout in, get some workout in. No, no excuses. If any time it was a time to do it, this is the time to do it. Okay. If you know you're engaging in activity that you feel in your soul, if you have a soul and that bad boy is activated, your vortex is spinning. Okay. And it's telling you like, man, I really need to stop doing this. Man, what's really going on? I need to stop doing this act. I need to lead the situation. I need to do this more over here. I need to uh whatever that inner self is saying to you is you, right? You know, this is the year to really take heed to that, especially if you can logically look at what is being said from your own self, right? And it could only bring you benefit. You get what I'm saying? We're not talking about things that you say, man, I want to turn up and stuff like that, or get into activities that bring actually down your vibration and so on and so forth, and more so align you with the physical world that wants you to be aligned with it. That's why they took out the arts in most schools now. The arts are gone. The music departments are gone. Children can't play outside anymore because all those types of activities tap into the if you want to call it just to keep things simple, the spirit world, right? They tap into the extra imaginary abilities, these extra abilities that we have as humans, right? And I'm saying humans in the most loving sense, okay? And so they took out these from many, many schools around the United States now and in the Western world overall because it and to it keeps out that ability. Let's just put it like that. It keeps out those higher thought forms, right, from developing. Because it's not just about expressing those higher thought forms. If those higher thought forms are expressed in a creative way, in a constructive way, it can lead to those thought forms becoming more mature. You get what I'm saying? So with that, yeah, this year is serious for ourselves personally and for our friends and family, our loved ones, and whether they're blood or not, and so forth. Man, so vibrations are rising, vibrations are changing, and people are noticing this. Let me give you an example of what some of you may be experiencing that is actually showing that your vibrations are actually increasing. Many of you have vehicles, right? You drive to work, whatever it may be, and you may notice that you're driving the way that you normally do, but you may notice that you have to keep passing up people. You have to keep going around people. You have to keep blowing at people to get out the way. Now, you're not stressed out. Let's assume here for those who are not stressed out. So if you're really stressed out and you're tweaking, this is not you, okay? At least in this particular moment. All right. But if you are again driving how you normally are, everything's fine, you're not spazzing on your end, okay? And you have to keep going around people and so on and so forth. And even on straightaways here in Chicago, right? We have quite a few expressways that go pretty much as a straight line for miles. And you have to keep driving around people. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what is going on? This is very simple. Let's just drive straight here, right? So your vibrations are rising and you're noticing now there's other factors that's going into this as well as why people may be, kind of spaced out. Okay. There are other factors in that. But with that overall, let's even assume if it's because they're spaced out, that means that you are here. You know what I'm saying? You have it together and you're noticing fellow humans and others, because there's others other than humans that are breaking down and or their vibrations are not moving as fast as yours. Okay. So with that, we are getting, it's interesting that on the opposite end with the draconians and alien consciousness, right? On their end, they're trying everything they can to get their God here as quickly as possible. Okay, in the form of AI and company. Okay. So at L, okay, and company, okay. So they're trying to get there as quickly as possible. And on their end, as they're trying to do this as quickly as possible, on the humans end, our vibrations are rising exponentially. Okay. It's going extremely high. It's getting there quickly. And you don't have to know all the secrets uh to Solomon's temple. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to know all the ciphers to get through the 11 doors that would get you to this place or that place. It's just you doing what your spirit is calling you to do. All right. So I'm gonna be showing some videos as well. Again, we're streaming on YouTube, so I got to just kind of be a little careful of the copyright there. But these some videos that you all really do need to see. And so let's get into something else too. A few years ago, let me pull it up here. Yeah, we got quite a few more people here on the line. Shout out to everybody. All right. One moment here. I'm going to show something on the screen just for a bit of dramatic effect, since I know many of you have seen what I'm about to show. Many of you over the last 2 years or so, maybe 3 years, if you recall, do you recall being bombarded with how there's a pole shift going on and so on and so forth? Many of you have heard of that, right? It's a pole shift. The earth is shifting and all that kind of stuff, right? If you have heard that, put one in the chat, okay? If you do recall hearing that over the last, especially 2, 3 years ago, almost every YouTuber was talking about it and so on and so forth. Okay, we got a lot of ones here in the chat. Okay, so when I say this, you all know what I'm talking about. So many were when I used to get calls and stuff like that, I used to say it's not what they're saying it is. Now, at the time when this was coming up, I necessarily did not know what they were talking about because again, my mind's in other spaces. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on all type of things behind the scenes in which, like for example, uh, like recently at the Meta Center, a nonverbal young teen, this teen is like 13, 14 years old, nonverbal, been autistic, has been nonverbal from birth. Okay, never spoke at all. Uh, doesn't communicate at all other than kind of aggressive actions. Okay, hitting, pushing, stuff like that. Okay, quite sad, really. But the the parents who brought him in, pretty much all the doctors gave up on him. They just want to drug him up 99% of the time. Okay. And they were referred to the Meta Center, right? And the person who referred them, short, which is you are going to hear this like I have a few more testimonials coming through soon. You're gonna hear the same thing. If anybody could do anything, the Meta Center can, right? Because they know that I do specialize in just the mind, right? Because the mind will unlock us when it comes to our own behaviors. It would unlock us because the mind controls the body, even when it comes to our internal powers. Many of you have come to the superhuman classes. You know what I'm referring to. When it comes to our internal powers and so on and so forth, it's the mind that we have to get under control. Okay, that we have to mold and decode. So through our methodologies at the Meta Center, this young teen is now able to express himself somewhat. Okay, so he went from not expressing at all to just, in the form of expression was hitting, pushing, pretty much just kind of being extra aggressive. You know what I'm saying? In those autistic young people who are nonverbal, they tend to be that way. But now when he came to the center a week ago, based on what we were doing there, he was able to he's never spoken, so he's not able to really speak, but he was trying his best to actually formulate words, and he has never done that in his life. And the mother and the father started busting crying. They busting out crying. They have never seen that before. So these are the type of activities that we do at the center. All right. And so, and just that, it's interesting, you all. I don't talk about everything. Every once in a while, when a parent or a person is moved so much to do a testimonial, I appreciate it because it helps us out, of course, and you all are able to see what you all support. And I hope that it brings you smiles. I hope that it brings you, hope that it makes your heart lighter to know that these things are going on around us. All right. So know that there are some people out here actually trying our best to keep things even in supposed madness that we see going on around us. We're trying our best to bring some sanity to the madness and hopefully even bring some solutions and elevation so that we can move past and grow from this, what we experience, right? So going back to before I went on that tangent there, and this is what the open lines are about, right? We having our conversation, we all communing within our space and time together so we can have these conversations. So what going back to the pole shift. All right. So 2, 3 years ago, it was all over the feeds. I see pole shift, pole shift, pole shift. And of course, they were, if you recall, they pretty much all focused on the actual physical earth realm and how a shift is going to happen and magnetic flares and everything else. Let me tell you what the real pole shift is. You're going to hear it first here. All right. So here we go. Right. The real pole shift was the shifting of the consciousness of people. That was, and that is the actual real pole shift. There's many, many people. Of course, the Meta Center is in a unique position because we speak to hundreds, if not thousands of people. I've done thousands of consultations, okay, but we speak to on a regular basis hundreds of people, right? So because of that, and we are extra sensitive to, and of course, all the members as well who come to the classes, you all also are very sensitive to people and the reality around us. So if things are changing a certain way and so on and so forth, you are aware of that in some form or fashion, right? And because you all call me up and tell me what's going on in your life, and I say, hey, you try this, you try that, we have these type of conversations. And so it was the shifting of people. Let me give you the consciousness, the shifting of the consciousness of people. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let's say grandma, right? We all could think of like, let's say not the new age grandma is a little bit built a little bit different than the old age grandma, right? So let's go to the old age grandma, the grandma who's very but kind of not religious in the sense where she's dedicated to her faith, right? She dresses a certain way. She dresses more modest. She cooks, Sunday dinner kind of thing. I'm talking about that grandma, right? And let's say grandma, since you were born, grandma was grandma, right? And she was always older, right? And so she always dressed modest. She always goes to church 10 days a week, right? 7 days in a week, she goes 10 days a week, right? And so let's say one day she comes in and she has on the clothing that women, a certain type of woman wears today, right? Very revealing. You would be like, what are you wearing, grandma? You need to change that, right? And what if she's told you? And of course, all of us could kind of say, like, yeah, grandma shouldn't be wearing that. That grandma we talking about, that archetypal kind of grandma, no, she should not be wearing super revealing clothes. Okay. It's very uncomfortable for everybody involved, right? And so you say to her, like, grandma, what are you doing? You shouldn't be you shouldn't be wearing this. What's going on? And she says, what are you talking about? I've always wore clothes like this. And you're like, but then you have it. And then she tells you she's about to go to the strip club and drop it low. That will blow your mind. That would absolutely blow your mind. You would think you are in a alternative reality. That's the pole shift. And if you were to tell that grandma, like, grandma, this is not the case, she would argue with you that it has always been the case because from her perspective, she has always been this way. Even though in those cases, when I have even showed proof that this person was not always that way, their reaction to the proof of seeing that they have not always been that way is to become very aggressive and violent. So I stopped doing it at this point. This has happened multiple times now. And as I was observing this, see, this is not something that, like, for example, right when you're talking, right, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when they were talking about pole shift, I wasn't like, oh, they're talking about the mind. Again, I was doing other things. I didn't really put a whole lot into it because all types of weird stuff is talked about on social media, and it is what it is. But when I really started to think about it, and especially on the tail end of the whole lockdown situation, I started to say something's up here. People are changing. What's going on? And we talking about complete personality changes. So, what I'm saying to you with that is that, in a way, when they say about New Earth, yes, it's almost like, and this is even deeper than the Mandela effect kind of thing, which is really a gaslighting or a purposeful agitation to the world just to try to mess with your your mind, okay, to make it seem like in even many ways that you don't know what you're talking about. How you remember events is not the way that it really happened, which is really for you all who have ever read the book 1984 or watched the movie 1984, it's like it's news speak, where in the book, the governmental entities were literally on a regular basis changing words and changing history just by changing a few words, okay, here and there. That's it. And they would constantly over time come back to and just change a few more words, just here and there. And eventually it leads to a reality that's completely different than the reality that you knew existed previously. So with this, people, again, this could be brought on by stress. It can be purposely brought on by stress. Okay. It could be brought on. I would say stress is probably one of the main factors amongst other types of technology and things that who knows what's happening around us. But because the personality shift is almost like an alternative universe. Like they literally took somebody who's the opposite of the somebody you know and put them in your universe, and now that's who you're communicating with. Put one in the chat room if you have experienced anything like this at all. One in the chat if you experience anything like this whatsoever. Okay, so one is flooding the chats. Okay, so I'm not alone in this, right? So let's continue on here. Sometimes we have to, it's extremely important, everyone. Everyone, this year, you all know I've been saying the same thing for almost 9 years now. And that is meditate, 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 meditate. Okay, and that's 9 years since I took over the medicine from Dr. Blair. But we've been doing this stuff for, 20, 25, 30 years. But meditate, meditate, meditate. If anything, this is the most important time for you to meditate right now. Literally. And meditation does not have to be difficult. There's all different types of meditation. Transcendental meditation. There's alternate meditations where you're doing it purposely to invoke a psychedelic-like experience. Yes, you don't have to, in many cases, you don't have to do the the diamante, okay? You don't have to do the psilocybin, right? You don't have to do these um which is the ditryptamine. I'm talking about DMT. When I said diamante, it was kind of being a little funny there for those who know that. But you don't have to necessarily do those things. The mind can bring about those realities, okay? Through its many ways, sleep deprivation, um, uh, deprivation tanks, sound deprivation tanks, isolation tanks, I should say, and just through certain forms of breath work can bring on a psychedelic-like experience over time with dedication. So you don't have to go to, at this point, I'm calling them drugs because people are abusing, in many cases, these sacred plants and substances. But with that, meditate this year as much as you can. Again, meditation can be very simple. Just breathe in, inhale through your nose, inhale into your belly and chest is full, hold it for a moment, and then exhale through your mouth. Just literally do that over and over again. That's it. Sit ideally, especially at first, sit in a quiet space. If you're able to sit up straight and sit up straight, you don't have to have your fingers and stuff in weird positions. At least at first, you don't have to do any of that. Okay. If for you, if it's better for you to be laying down flat, then lay down flat. If you fall asleep, don't chastise yourself. That's a good thing, then. That means you became so relaxed that you were able to fall asleep. Fantastic. I got my machine hooked up here. I'm at the crib now. I'm not at the center, so my sounds on and stuff. I tried to hurry and hook it up before my session today, so I have all the sound effects going. But it is what it is, right? So I'm clapping for you physically. Okay, real talk. You know what I'm saying, I want you to let you know that you are making progress and stick to it. So that's the main meditation I even do on a regular basis, even though I know many other types of meditations. Okay. That's the go-to. And as you meditate more and more and more, you will be surprised. You'll become not only less stressed, you'll get better sleep. You'll be surprised. Your IQ will rise higher. You will be kind of just subconsciously unlocking your perceptions of the reality itself, and it goes on and on and on. Okay. But also some things that will happen to you will be very, very unique to you. And this is without praying to anything. You don't have to pray. Stop praying and weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? This year is the year that people really need to and this is people are have been wilding out for quite some time now. And all of that wilding out has got us to this point. Okay. There's not enough people. There's too many takers and not enough givers. Ideally, in any society, you want a massive amount of givers. And at the very most, at the least, you only want a few takers. You want people to give, not just continuously take. And most people take, they don't give. And that's just the reality of it. And you're talking to somebody who's in the space. I look at these things. I've been in the space for decades, and I see actually what's taking place. Yeah, it makes no sense that, for example, with all of the uh, people around, there's so many people, for example, even with mental health issues and all these things going on, that there's no facility, even if the government can open facilities. Okay, cool. Of all the millions upon millions of people, you telling me the people couldn't open up facilities on their own? But you barely see that. Why is that? Everybody's just taking. That's why you don't see that. It's time this year, as they say, the year of Aquarius is the uh, it's to say not only the year of gnosis or knowledge, but this is the time of revelations. So a lot of truths are coming out, but truth is also can be disguised in, or one would could say they are saying truth, but they're really deceiving. So it's two sides to that coin. On the coin of the Aquarius age, one side is that gnosis or knowledge, right? Gnosis is to know, but that knowledge. But on the other side of that coin is deception. If you haven't seen the latest post that I put out yesterday, which was 2024, the year of the Janus. It's a very important post for you all to watch. It's not long. I'm purposely keeping them short. You know what I'm saying? Just to align closer with the energies of today, right? But hopefully you get what I'm saying there. Okay, in that, I'm trying to keep it. I'm not trying to baby you because you're not a baby. Okay, trying to be able to say enough where you're able to understand what I'm saying, but also give you some deeper metaphysical truths that if one would understand at the level they're on to become the best version of themselves. Period. And it's not that I have all the answers because I don't. I'm still figuring it out. If I had all the answers, it'd be all figured out, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm figuring this out as I'm going. If I had all the answers, every client that comes through the doors or calls on the phone, I would right when they pick up the phone, I just ask them their name and then give them the answer without them practically even saying anything because I have all the answers. And that's not the case whatsoever. Okay. So let's continue on. This year as well, be very careful. And for those who are here listening, once I kind of get through this whole monologue here, there's a lot of notes I have here, but this specific point of the monologue, I'm gonna open the lines up. If there's any comments or things you all want to say and talk about, we can talk about. And there's I'm gonna get into some other things as well, show you some videos, some stuff and everything else. When we got time, it's not a rush today. We'll be on as long as we have that dialogue with each other. And that's just that. You know what I'm saying? We're here, I'm here, you're here. Let's do it. So let me also say this to you this year. be extremely be try your best to be a bit more patient and listen. Why am I saying this? You all know, many of you all, especially if you're not new to the Meta Center, if you're not new to what we do, Dr. Blair, when you used to call the center, Dr. Blair had consultations that overall he did charge for, not much, but he charged for some consultations. But if you called him up at times, he just talked to you on the phone. And so from that point, once I took over the Meta Center, again, I had kind of like my own thing going. Dr. Blair's doing his thing. I helped Dr. Blair up. I had my own thing as well. But when I took over the Meta Center, I said, you know what? Because I'm seeing what's taking place, I 100% carried on the same thing. Many of you all know that, right? But one of the things I made sure was at that time it was 1 hour free consultations. Now we moved it to 30 minutes because 1 hour it takes too much on me, right? So I had to move it to 30 minutes about 4 or 5 years later. But we offer free consultations, right? Once a month, you could get a free consultation, okay, if you need that. It doesn't cost you anything. I'm not going to sit here and sell to you unless it's something you actually need. Other than that, I'm just here to listen to what's going on and hopefully give you some suggestions, especially if you're going through some challenges. Some people are going through challenges. Some people just want to talk about whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever. I don't judge. Okay. So unless you ask me to judge, okay, unless it's needed to be judged, but I don't judge. I'm not here to judge you like that. So with that, uh, a person recently booked a consultation. Okay. And in this consultation, I call them up. Now, in the consultation link on the website, again, I'm telling the story for a reason here. Okay. On the consultation link on the website, you go through the prompts, you click on free consultation. There are 30-minute paid, expedited, 60-minute paid, expedited, in-person consultation, all type of stuff. But the 30-minute free one's right there, right? You click on it, you have to fill out all your information. It asks you, what is this consultations about? You got to type all that in, right? And then the free consultations are usually 30 to 45 days out just because of how many people book them. Okay. So, and you get reminders. So this person got a reminder. I know it because I know they got a reminder, right? They put all this stuff in, and I call this person up and say, okay, greetings. Um, you all know who I am, but your consultation here, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't book no consultation with you. I said, okay, here we go, right? So sometimes that happens and it's very odd, but I work through it, right? And ended up like you didn't say this. This is some personal information. I don't have your information. Okay. I am psychic, but I'm not that psychic now. That, I'm just pulling all of your details or your personal life, when I don't even know you like that. And so finally the person said, oh yeah, I did do that. Okay, okay. So now we get into the conversation. I said, how can I help you? What's going on with your life? And for about 25 of those minutes, that person just went on this entire monologue about how they need to be at a certain position in life and how they're not. And this person was about, close to probably 50s or so, upper 40s, lower 50s. And I said, okay. After this person said all of that, you're talking to someone who this vision that you have for your life, where you want to be in your life. I've been in that position for decades. And maybe I can give you some tips about that. The person cut me off and went another 6, 7 minutes. So now I passed the time now, right? But 6, 7 minutes of another monologue. I said, okay, well, we're past the time now. I see where this is going, right? So I'm like, okay, and we were past his time anyway. Okay. And there's another consultation, 10 minutes, 15 minutes from that point. So I'm like, okay, we're past the time now, but you're welcome to book another consultation and maybe we could get deeper into what you are seeking, right? Then the person went into another 5 minute dialogue about how people who do what we do are capitalists and just this is not really for free and how I'm going to charge him in the future or something, right? And I said, instead of just asking, and I said, no, we've been doing this for days. This is what we do. It's totally free, doesn't cost you anything. And the person got super angry, hung up the phone. Sometimes the answers that we seek are right in front of us, literally. He could have asked some very precise questions and got answers from someone who's literally been doing this for decades. Person who's literally doctors are turning their back on the clients that are coming through the door, children, adults, and we're able to figure out what's taking place with them to the point where children who have never spoke are speaking. You dig what I'm saying? So sometimes the answers that we seek are right in front of us, but it's us who are creating the roadblocks to our manifestation or our blessing. Let's just say, okay? We have dreams. All of us have dreams, whatever those dreams may be. My dream may differ from your dream, but we all have these dreams. We all have these possibilities that we have for ourselves. You get what I'm saying? And in many cases, I think we would actually want those things to come to fruition. But sometimes they never come to fruition, not because the world or the matrix is against us. It's because we are against ourselves. We are creating this conflict within ourselves that does not need to be there. There was no reason for all that. I mean, obviously, this person had things going on in their head, obviously, and they really need to not be really, they really, with really ideally what that person needs to, we need to do other things. He needs to, at this point, we need not to talk about that and work on the mind, okay, and work on why they feel so strongly in these different ways to kind of get that out the way. And then more than likely that person will blossom in whatever manifestations they're trying to do because their manifestation is dealt with helping people and stuff like that. And this is when I was able to speak for that 1 or 2 minutes before the end, this is also what was said is that sometimes there are those who eagerly want to help people. I'm very cautious of people who actively want to help people um, because many times, more times than not, it's weird energy with that, and it tends to turn into something else, some type of egoism. Okay, and I've been doing this for decades, and this is just what I've seen over and over and over and over again. I did not actively try to help people in life. I just want to do my own thing. The universe made me help people just because of the gift that I do have, and I get it, and I accept it, it's joyful. But it took some time for me to understand that I need to do this. You get what I'm saying? So I did not actively pursue, want to pursue that. I just wanted to do my thing, my own thing. So, but with that, sometimes we can help the world literally just by helping ourselves and getting our vibration stable mentally. Remember the quadrant, right? Let me pull it up on the screen. I do have the smart board hooked up, so let's see if it'll allow me to play with it real quick. Let's see here, so we all can not only understand but understand and overstand what is being said here. So let's see here. All right, so that's the whiteboard there. So you all should see that there. All right, so let's see if this is gonna work. All right, so all right, let's see something here. Hmm. Okay. All right, so I'm not gonna play with this for too long here. All right, so right that's the and this is the vortex in the middle, right? So that's the vortex, right? And so actually that is the oh, So that's the internal vortex, right? And so let's just say it doesn't matter which one it is, but say physicality, spirituality, and mentality. So your mind, your body, and your soul, right? Physicality, mentality, spirituality, mind, body, soul, right? So you want your all these areas working how it should, and your internal vortex will spin the way it needs to spin. So for example, many have been asking over the years, I've been doing what I'm doing for decades, and you best believe me, some people are takers, right? Who come and do things, and we be having events for people who are less fortunate. You got people pulling up in Benzes and Maseratis, taking the food and stuff. You get what I'm saying? So people are takers and they do what they do. But when your internal vortex is spinning properly, the energy that you need is not coming from external sources. The energy that you need is coming from internal, coming from literally inside yourself, literally. And people who know me know, I be on it all the time, just going and going and going. And yes, at times I need my rest and stuff like that as well, but I'm just going and doing what I'm doing because of the internal vortex. So with that, make sure that this year is extremely important, and hopefully for the rest of your life, right? Like teach your children this. You see what I'm saying? To sometimes just take things a little slower, okay? And sometimes, especially if you are seeking knowledge or wisdom wherever it is, try your best to listen, because it's not that I'm a god and this is the only opportunity he has. No, he could book a consultation again right now if he chooses to, and I will be there. But you don't want to waste those opportunities that you had. I mean, how many of us have wasted opportunities in our life? I know it's been a few opportunities in my life that I've wasted, and I wish that I was had a bit more wisdom at that young age to really, in some cases, capitalize, as they say, on those opportunities. So let's continue on. We're going to get into immigration today and so on and so forth as well, because it's something that you all really need to know about that. I'm going to pause for now and I'm going to open the lines. Any comments, anything y'all want to talk about for now, and then I'm going to come back into uh, some of my notes here. You could just unmute your phone, and whoever goes first will be the one who speaks, and everyone else pause until that person's done. All right. Greetings, everyone. So,
Yes. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Greetings, greetings, everyone. Thank you for having us gathered today. Thank you for dropping that metaphysical, esoteric wisdom. Thank you for bringing so many vibrations together. I can feel the energy through the screens. We don't got to be together to vibrate together. It's awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I just wanted to, I was excited earlier when you said you were going to gather us together because earlier I was a little stressed about the energies I had just um encountered. But I'm realizing as a individual on this path aligned with the planet in the universal cosmic shift, we are separate from those who are not in alignment. And we do have to be weary and spiritually protected and prepared for the energies to bite and gnaw at our light. I have realized today that they're not biting and gnawing at our light to necessarily be offensive, but everything is going to magnetize itself and gravitate itself to the light. It's either going to get zapped by the light or it's going to embrace the light and grow. And I'm a super infant, so I learned today, prior to you coming on here, when I was in an upset state of mind, that when we absorb these energies are just passing through us. They are to be repurposed inside of our heart space, our heart chakra space. Sometimes I have to be aware of it that's why I'm grateful that you brought us together so I can hopefully in the background get to meet some of these people and we can have after Zoom chats so I can be encouraged with a group of my peers that are on this frequency and vibration because we are far and few. We're all scattered apart. But I just wanted to say that we got to stay in alignment with our highest frequencies, our highest chakras, and we got to fight these negative, low vibrational energies with love. I know everybody say love is not going to prevail. Sometimes love and light is not the way, but love and light is the way because if we fight the fire with the fire, then we have now left our high frequency vibration and came down there with them, and we giving them everything they want with their energy vampiric self. So thank you for bringing us here. Thank you for allowing me to talk. I didn't get to talk to people in a long time. Peace and love, everybody. Enjoy this spiritual food we getting.
There it is. Appreciate your input there. Yummy. So appreciate it. All right. So wait, who's there? Is that David?
Yes, David.
Okay, how you doing, David?
Right. How you guys doing? Yep. Wonderful, wonderful hearing your voice. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
That's great. One thing I want to share is uh, everything you're saying, like the energies and being our own worst enemies and progressing with help. And sometimes it's, through my age, my experience, life attracts, like attracts like KE uh, attracts like. So, when you feel yourself getting depressed and down, and I mean, really, I mean, sometimes you just feel like you want to cry, or whatever, uh, and just hold on to that, but then let it go, and then know that your next breath or your next moves, next few minutes, you start to feel a little better, you know. And people talk about, you know, um, how you doing, and you're saying okay, and so well, everything gonna be good tomorrow. You'll be all right tomorrow. Sometimes life is not about being about tomorrow. It's about being or feeling better in the next few minutes. And sometimes it's just getting through the next 30 seconds to get to the minutes, to get to the hours. So just be gentle with yourself. And that's all I want to say to you right now. It's good to be with you again, family, and new family, and the energy feels great. And it's a powerful, wonderful moment just to be here among all you wonderful souls. All right, thank you. That's it. That's all I want to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Dave. All right. New, you are next. Or at least when you're on here on the screen, it's NUU.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Sorry. Hotep, my brother, thank you for facilitating this gathering. It is, I think it's well needed, very essential, because I think one of the things that we as a don't do much is conversation. And the energy of conversation is so vital in terms of sharing, in terms of edification, learning, and just bonding and grounding with each other. So when I got this thing today, I was like refreshment for my spirit. I really want to tell you thanks for convening this gathering and for having us here. And I appreciate it so much. And I'm appreciative of the data center and all that it has been doing. Um, Proceed. There's such a lot of things going on. I, for one, have been feeling this shift for the longest while since I can say since like 2019, the shift has been going on, and it's been really impacting me. And I'm just here to share with the community. I see what my spirits or my ancestors is showing me, and especially for this country that we live in now, it is like what is going on is like this. But this country, where it's like a sinking ship right now, and it's all because of the disease called racism. We're not. This country has stopped growing in the last 20 years. Um, Racism is not as open and as blatant as, for example, the 60s, 50s, 40s going down, but it's more subtle, but it's even it is currently is in a cancerous state where it's heading. So I don't want to be one that projecting negativity, but this is what my spirit is seeing, what my spirit has say that each one of us have a responsibility. Either we're gonna plan to jump off the ship or plan to save the ship. I don't know which one um, is the better of the choice. But what I'm saying is that this country is not growing, and their leaders are heading, are jeopardizing each and every one of us' lives by their policies, by what they do. And it's all planned and it's all orchestrated. Now, for me, being somebody who's seeing things, who's hearing things, I just can't sit aside and so I'm here to just share my little sense and my little bit with each and every one that we need to start doing uh, in our own little way. And what we can do as the first the sister before us said, love is actually the most powerful, potent energy in the universe, without doubt. Negativity, hatred can never stand against us. And what we need as a community is more love. We even conscious-minded people, persons that say they're educated and they're enlightened, they only have the knowledge, but they're not living the knowledge. And love is what we need. And if we can really find the love within ourselves, focus the energy from our heart chakra, and have that one divine love, seeing that this world is not about me, this world is about me, everyone here. We all have a responsibility, not only for ourselves, not only for our families, but for our neighbors, even those who don't want the message. We have to try and do something rather than sitting and just staying in our own corners. And I would like to close, and that's what I would like to say to each other. We have to start mentally start thinking about others and trying to overpower all these negativity that leaders are pushing out, and it's deliberately done in the music, entertainment, movies, deliberately done. And as you say, it's a race against time. It's a race against time because these draconians, their whole aim is to end humanity. So we have a responsibility to only ourselves and our family, each and every person, whether they want it or not, we have to fight. So we're going to have to fight with love, banding together, and communicating with each other. So, as I say in closing, I appreciate this avenue of opening up with each other, of grounding with each other, and we need this more than ever because persons just don't speak. They're all in their own bubble. They're all in their own world. That's not how the universe is. The universe is an open field, open for everybody. It's just not exclusive. We have to be inclusive and not be exclusive, locked in our own world and we are this and we are this God and Goddess. We are nobody. So that's what I would like to share, and I thank you once again, and I hope you all the best and extend all the best in programs for this year and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, brother. You were coming through. I heard for the most part. Hopefully, everybody was able to hear him there. Um, And so thank you for sharing in those kind words. All right. So, and the brother, the brother had he came on, he said hotel. I haven't heard that in quite some time, you know. Shout out to everybody there. All right. So I'm glad you're here, brother. So Barbara, you're next.
Yes. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Um, I was listening to one of the podcasts, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, where you were talking about you were a guest on a show. I forget her name. I actually listened to it as well. And you mentioned you had combined the black tea with bergamot and something else, and it kind of brought on all that brain activity. Could
Oh
you
yeah.
remind me what the other item was that you mixed? I think it was the powdered gold.
Yep. So that was the Dr. Kia Pruitt show. Shout out
Yes.
to
Yes.
Dr. Pruitt. And,
Great.
and so what happened was that so I'm going to give a story for those who don't know, and that's why you need to be very careful because the products we sell are extremely powerful, and I take these products all the time, and it was still a bit too much for me. So what happened on the show, every once in a while, we sell gold powder, obviously monatomic gold, and I take that just about on a daily basis. And
Mhm.
and then we have the organic black tea with bergamot. Okay, that's one of my favorite tea. I don't really drink coffee at all. And so it really the black tea with bergamot, it kind of like activates your frontal lobe. Okay, so pretty much the whole focus. If you really want some focus, drink some black tea with bergamot as long as you don't have any issues with caffeine because it is naturally caffeinated.
Right.
And so what ended up happening was I said, hey, well, we about to get on the show. We about to do a show. I'm about to get this. It's going to be a powerful show. This is what I'm doing. I'm telling myself this, right? I'm pumping myself up, right? I'm like, okay, it's like a powerful show. I took some gold. I said, no what? All right, the show about to start in 30 minutes. I was running a bit behind, so I took my dose of gold and I put my tea together and I started drinking it immediately, right? And everything was cool, but pretty much on the show almost right, like maybe 1 hour in the show, something like that. It kicked in. I was going through another space and time. Okay, there was universes passing through my mind and stuff, and in different concepts and things that I've been thinking about with myself, with clients, with the center's future and everything else. It was all hitting me at the same time, and these were solutions. These were like these
Mhm.
were the answers to what I've been thinking about, right? Right.
Right.
And I'm like, good gosh. And so it was like a limitless peel of you all remember the movie Limitless? It was like that, but it was almost too strong even for me. Okay. I almost couldn't handle that. Okay. And so just be extremely careful. Some of you are hearing that, like, yo, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm telling you, be
Yeah.
extremely careful. It could be too much.
So the main reason I bring it up is because I do take the combo um colloidals, and I wondered if it was just the gold that this would create that reaction. I haven't really looked at the chemistry to tell. But I was wondering if it was just the powdered gold or are the other metals, minerals potentially like that.
It's mainly the pot of gold that does
It's
that.
more,
Yeah,
it has to be powdered gold, not the colloidal stuff.
that's correct. Hmm.
Okay. All right. Because I would like to take that trip, but no, not unscheduled. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the comments there, Barb. So yeah, so let me put it like this. If you have a lot of focus to do, a lot of focus work and stuff like that, if you are into music, okay? So because it was I mean, what was coming through my mind, it was absolutely beautiful, but it wasn't the type of thing you want to happen when you have to have a conversation with the cameras on me and stuff. And if I was on the microphone, just like this,
Right.
you can see me, that would have moved a little bit better. You get what I'm saying? But seeing that you all were looking right at me, you know what I'm saying? That kind of pulling the pressure. I started to sweat and everything. I said, "Oh no, this is not it. This should not have happened." So, but yeah, it was
Okay.
wonderful though.
Yeah, I do have some projects I'm working on where I do need to sit with them for a bit like that. And some of the areas that I have to delve into are not areas where I have strong expertise. And so I'm thinking that some of that might be useful, but I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not getting there without the proper, you know what I mean, safeguards, if you will. So, all right, thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you. So, is that it for now? Again, we're gonna be on for as long as we need to. Okay. So, I see new. I see you back, new hotel.
No, oh no, sorry. It was no,
Okay, cool.
except my brother. No, no, yeah, it was just the phone, it just accidentally went I'll give somebody some other chance if later on because I really need probably to ask you something about publishing. But I'll do that later. Thank you.
Okay, very welcome. Happy to see everyone here. Shout out to everybody. More and more people are coming in here and on YouTube. So shout out to you. All right, so now let's get into another aspect of something I want to speak to you all about, which is extremely serious. It's happening around us, and it may not affect you. You may be so secure in your career, which is a good thing if that's the case, right? So secure, secure in your career, so secure in your business that it is not going to affect you, at least not directly, but it's going to eventually, it's going to affect you indirectly. It's going to affect all of us indirectly. It's for sure going to affect if you have children, grandchildren, it's most definitely going to affect them. And what I'm talking about is immigration. And it's not just here. There's in every country, again, we deal with the data, right? And I've been monitoring just about every known country in the realm. And there's some countries that are not dealing with certain things that I'm not going to say at this time, but for the most part, there's some type of adversarial energy happening pretty much almost in every single country. It's just that is that the kind of energy you prefer to deal with than this kind of energy over here, kind of thing, right? So it's not that nothing's happening. It's like, okay, well, I could deal with that energy more than I could deal with this one here or something like that. But let's talk about what's happening overall to the Western world, mainly to America, since most of us here are Americans. Okay, so regardless of where you sit on the immigration issue, this is not about should it happen or should it not happen. What we're going to be focused on here is what happens when it does happen. Okay. When people enter a country without the proper restrictions, regardless if you're for it or not, it takes many cases resources in some form or fashion from that country. Okay. And when we say country, who are we referring to? Because a country is, you could say, it's just the dirt. It's the dirt we're talking about. No, the country in this sense is the people, because the people make up the country. So it's taking from the people. Okay, in that construct of this matrix that we're talking about. Yes, we could argue country's not real and all these things. We could do this, have this intellectual masturbation if we want to do that. But this is not about that. We're going deeper than that. Okay, we're going to the reality of what actually takes place when it actually happens. So when tons and tons of people enter into a country, like what we see, okay, there's a lot of propaganda going on both sides, and that propaganda is there to agitate you. But there is some truth in what's taking place. So when these people enter into a country in mass, especially at a time where many people are being laid off, when the economy overall, and this is overall the world's economy, is in a downward slope, and you're allowing people to come in mass, what that ends up happening, those people many times end up becoming your competitors. So now it's not just that. Remember, in a previous podcast, I think this was with Dr. Kia Pruitt on her show. We talked about, yeah, it was on her show. We were talking about birthright, okay, and how these companies our forefathers and mothers may have worked for, and so on and so forth, uh, and them becoming super large due to the energetic output of our people, right? When I say our people, I'm talking about all humans who work for these large corporations, right? We gave them our energy because your ancestors are you. So you gave them your energy. And what ended up happening is that from that point, it's like, okay, you got things in return, which was a small fraction of what that, of course, the overall collectability of that corporation was. You got a little piece of it. But what goes without saying, it deals with the social contract. If you knew 100% that you working for this company a year later or 2 years later or 10 years later, they're going to not hire any of your people anymore purposely and instead hire people from some faraway land, and because of that, let's say you can foresee that your people would then be all on the street homeless. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't work for that company. You said, I'm not going to help you do that just so you can have my grandchildren on the street. I'm helping you do this so eventually you become bigger. Again, this is like the subconscious social contract that's taking place. So you become larger so that maybe if my grandchildren need a job, something like that, they can come to you and they can have employment just like I did, right? People are very anti-working for some reason, but it's very odd because the thing about it is that again, we talking about the matrix stuff here, right? This is a matrix kind of conversation here, right? But go the ongoings in the matrix, in the simulation, right? So in the simulation, we work, right? You're gonna work in some form of fashion. Okay, because the thing about it is, right? You say, I have my own business. Okay. And if you make that business become larger, you're gonna need help, right? Yeah. So that means somebody's gonna work for you then, right? Yeah. If this anti-work attitude means that nobody will work for you then. That means that you'll do everything yourself. Period. And maybe legitimately you do need a secretary, legitimately. Maybe legitimately you do need somebody to help with logistics. But now you can't do anything because everybody doesn't want to work at all. Because no, everybody, again, that argument is a very childish, very low-level argument. Okay. It doesn't deal with reality. Okay. In the current construct, people got to work, right? Even if you have your own business, cool. You work with people, cool. Just make it work for you. If it's giving you benefit, then fantastic. Then you can benefit from it. If it's a stepping stone to something greater, then let it be a stepping stone to something greater. Stop the complaining. If you have a vision in your mind, and this right here can get you to the next step of that vision, then what's the complaint about? We have to be a bit more realistic, everyone. Things have got mad out here. Okay. So with that, let's continue on. So what ended up happening, this is going back to the Dr. Kia Pruitt show, in that it was explained that many of these companies, what they end up doing once they collected so much energy from the labor of Americans, okay, of all shades and colors, okay, they collected all this energy, then they took that energy and instead of continually to help out Americans, let's say, they then went overseas. They took all that energy with them overseas. And with that, they also hire all the people overseas. So now all these people are like here, energetic, like, okay, whoa, where did it go? What's for us? And now they have to scramble to find something else, right? If you take that and go further in the timeline, now it comes to a point when you pick up the phone and everybody you speak to, even when it comes to your banking, you're speaking to people either this time in South America, specifically Mexico, um, again, which is still North America, but Mexico or South America. That's who you're speaking to, or you're speaking to people in India. Okay. Every time you pick up the phone to call any of these larger corporations. And so think about how many millions of jobs are taking out. So that's your birthright. The jobs represent your birthright. That's an energetic output that was meant for you. Right now, you may need a job. You should literally be able to go down the street and get a job. Super easy that actually is able to sustain you. But it's not that easy like that anymore, right? Because the birthright has went elsewhere purposely. So now with that, on top of that, you have tons and tons and tons of people, hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm about to play a video. This video is going to be heavy that you're going to hear. It's a short video of a real person, a human, who's explaining he works a gig job and he's explaining what is taking place. But I want to play it in a moment here. So let's go back to the immigration. So all these millions of people coming in, right? Now they are clamoring for your birthright. And you like 75, 90% of the birthrights are already taken. That. It's already gone. It's through not only through these corporations leaving overseas, but through taxation. Think about it. You're not only your money is taxed when you are, of course, when you get your paycheck. It's already taxes taken out. At that point, that's actually, if anything, that's when it overall should stop. But then you're taxed again anytime you buy something. Literally every single little thing you do in life, another portion of your birthright is taken from you. But then on top of that, people who are coming here illegally, again, it'd be different if they went through the naturalization process, the immigration process, but they come in here in mass, hundreds of thousands, millions, literally millions. They will now be competing with the scraps that are left that you were competing with your fellow American to get. Now you're competing against 10 times more people, 20 times more people, 100 times more people. At first, many in again, we're gonna get deep, you all. Okay. And this is not for you to be scared or anything like that. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I'm telling you, please don't be scared. Okay. This is just for us to truly understand what's kind of taking place around us so you won't be fooled. So people, when you're hearing the news stories and stuff like that, you won't be fooled by somebody telling you something that's not true. I'm about to show receipts, as you all know I do. And so and then from this point, we'll get into possibly some solutions. All the solutions I don't like to give publicly like this because you all are supporters of us. And because you all are supporters of us, I like to give you that support directly. Okay. So if you're in those positions, make those appointments. Again, we offer free consultations. Make those appointments, get the charts, do whatever you need to do with us. We're here for you. Okay. So that you can get that information directly to help out yourself and your family and so on and so forth. When we put this stuff out publicly, we put out all the gems out publicly, people who may not have your best interests at heart, our best interests at heart collectively, will use that to maybe make those jobs unavailable, maybe to bring in, to take the more stuff out or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised. Okay. So I'm not doing it to sometimes I'm not holding back to hold back from you because you could just make an appointment and get the information for free. It doesn't cost you anything. But those who are draconian, who have that alien consciousness, are not going to do that, period. Okay, because to get something directly, to make the appointment directly, again, they have a mindset that's if I were to truly explain their mindset, again, that's why they have an alien consciousness. It's alien. It's like, why do you think that way? Right? So just know we're here for you, as you already know. And if need be, if I kind of slow down on certain things and kind of go past, if there is some questions that I'm not going to answer per se in this public forum, no worries. Just make an appointment, come by the center, and we could get it in. All right. So with that, what ends up happening is that your taxes go up higher. Okay, because your taxes, and in this case, when we're talking about what's taking place right now with immigration, right? The people who are coming in, regardless, again, what you think about them, this is not about that. They are utilizing the same resources you are. And in fact, they're using more resources. Remember, I'm in the Chicagoland area. They're getting cars, they're getting stipends for cars. So they're getting cars. Are you getting cars? Remember, the government, and this is a fact what I'm telling you, the government doesn't have any money. So when you hear sayings like the government spent this and the government spent that, it's said in such a way to make you think the government has money. The government actually doesn't have, it has zero money, literally. Then you say, well, what are you talking about? Then what is the money? What is the money the government is spending? It's spending your money. That's what the government's money is. The government money is your money. And it may not even be our money that they're spending now is for like our great, 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 great grandchildren's money. That's how far it's gone. That's the money they're spending. They well past us. They was past us probably in the 60s. They were spending the money that was meant for us today, like back in the 60s. Okay. The money they're spending now is like, again, our great, 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 great grandchildren's money. Okay. So understand what's taking place. This is a small, simplified course in civics and economics. Okay. So with that, taxes go up higher. Why? Because tons of money is given to these people for vehicles, for shelter. Some people here may be having trouble paying their rent and stuff like that. Have you? There are places out there who do give rental assistance, but they're becoming less and less because so many people are using them. Have you got your rental assistance? Because the people who are coming over from another country, the millions of them, they're getting rental assistance. They also get food cards. Okay. They also get stipends. Everything I'm telling you is facts. Stipends, money. So money, vehicles, food cards, housing. Yeah, I'm going to play a clip here. I'm about to play a clip. This is the governor of Michigan a year or two ago who to uh, said publicly, this is totally public information. And she said that she got on and said, pretty much, if you're able to make it up here, we will give you a driver's license. So pretty much what she was saying in saying that, I'm going to find a clip here real quick and I'm going to play it. Pretty much what she was saying is that you're illegal. We get it. If you can make it to us, we will pretty much make you legal. We'll give you a driver's license and stuff like that, so you're able to do what you need to do. Right? So let me see here. One moment. I'm going to show you receipts so you can be well informed of what's taking place around us. Because when you're well informed, again, this is not to be scary because again, it's happening around you. So it's to be well informed. And what would that do? That would help you make better decisions. It would help you manifest better. You say, man, how does this have to do with manifestation? Because you may be making certain moves without certain knowledge, right? And without that knowledge, you may actually, the manifestation you make may put you in a position where there's nothing there for you to grow from because of what's taking place around us. But now with that knowledge, you can now adjust the ship. That's SHIP. You can adjust your ship now and actually manifest better because you have the knowledge now of knowing what's taking place. You see? So let's see here. I'm going to go on YouTube. I'm going to share my screen. And so you all can see me search. I'm going to have you, so you all could literally visualize and see me search this directly. So we could pull up the receipts here. Actually, let me see something here. Okay, so yeah, something came up that I would not want on YouTube here. All right, so Governor, Michigan, driver's license. Let's see here. Okay, here we go here. All right, so I'm about to share my screen. And again, shout out to everybody. I hope you're doing well within your space and time. All right, so here you should see my screen here. All right, so I'm gonna click on here. You see Governor Whitmer supports driver licenses for undocumented immigrants. That was 4 years ago.
Driver's license debate. Governor Gretchen Whitmer is supporting a change to issue licenses to undocumented immigrants.
Okay, I'm going to pause there. Can you hear it? Did you hear the news? I want to make sure you all are able to hear it. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm about to play it again.
Made the bombshell announcement in an interview with a nonpartisan group that fights for immigrant rights.
We want to know what you think. Should the state go through with this? You can go to wxyz.com/vote to weigh in right now.
7 Action News reporter Rudy Harper spoke with members from the group and joins us now live with more. Rudy.
Well, guys, the group is known as COSETRA. A member of that group was with the governor at a debate watch party and prepped with that question beforehand. Would the governor allow undocumented immigrants access to driver's licenses? Here's her response.
We need to ensure that everyone's got a path to getting a license so that they've got identification. And that's something that's important to me. It's important to our economy. It's important to the people of Michigan.
During that interview, Whitmer also appeared to mention that both Secretary of State and Attorney General also supported the ideal. In 2008, then Attorney General Mike Cox, a Republican, issued an opinion saying that immigrants wouldn't be able to get a driver's license, according to the AP. Now, this person who interviewed the governor says undocumented immigrants are being deported not for breaking the law, but for not having an ID. She hopes the governor keeps her word.
It's really, really uplifting. I'm hoping that she keeps her word. Cosecha, we don't dance with political parties, so we're not dependent on it, but we are hoping that she keeps her word and she talks to the right people to get that motion passed.
You see here what Americans say. This right here, you see, should the state of Michigan issue driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants? 88% of people said no. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have to have a driver's license. You give them, if they really need an ID, you could give them, there's other means other than driver's licenses if they really wanted to kind of go that route, you know what I'm saying? But still, again, being an undocumented immigrant, pretty much so-called an illegal alien, right, as they call them, then you're not supposed to be here. You get what I'm saying? Because the more that you justify or document them, give them approval to be here, the more competition that they are for us. Again, maybe not for you directly. Okay, you may be so far up in your career. You may have a certain position where you're feeling your ego is protected from this, right? But what about your children? What about your grandchildren? Because they're going to be going to school right now. There's been even many shown that they are, of course, giving them education and everything, right? I mean, I mean, if you all seen all the data that's coming through, this is so much data that's why we're going to start having these open lines again, so you could be well informed. So I'm going to stop the share here so you all see that there. Let's see here. So I'm going to continue on here. So we talked about, okay, so yeah, so taxes go up higher. As you heard her say directly out of her mouth, this is good for the state of Michigan, right? The state of Michigan is the government, right? And many times they get their orders not from they're not doing this independently. Okay, they get their orders from higher up, which means then we can extrapolate, which is a mental, it's a mental framework to figuring out things. We could extrapolate based on all available data that if the government of Michigan is saying they need this, that they approve this is good for the economy, they had to have the approval to do that. That means it came from, let's say, the federal government, this means that this is United States. Again, this is if we extrapolate and add the data points and see, that means that it's approved, which means that if they are approving millions and millions and millions of people coming in, which some say that's the case, then we could also then start to infer that this is the new workforce. This is the new infusion of energy into the economy because they want to replace those who are here. And that's all Americans, because everybody here, people have all these ideologies now and stuff like that. You are an American. If you go anywhere in the world, in the moment you open your mouth, even when they look at you, they're gonna say, that's an American. No matter what you kind of try to change up. When you open your mouth, especially, it's gonna be confirmed you're an American. So that's who you are. On this landmass, based on this matrix, that's culturally who we are, right? And there's nothing wrong with that per se, if you're doing what you are supposed to do, especially collectively. So let's continue on here. So I'm going to play a video here, and this is a video of how this is directly affecting people. Okay, so you can see this, you could hear this from a person who looks like us, like a person, human. Okay, so you can see how this affects humans, and you can see how real it is, and this is happening on every level. Okay, because this type of migration has been happening before most of us here were born. So it's been happening for an extremely long time. But in the late 90s, early 2000s, they started to increase it dramatically. Okay. And then, of course, as of the last few years, it's been put on express mode. There's some other aspects that deal with this immigration that I may or may not hit on, just depending upon certain energetics that are happening right now. So we're gonna see. But I'm about to share my screen again, and you all about to see something else. One moment here. That's why before I share the screen here, as many of you know, I keep saying it, but you all already know this. The Meta Center, we have proven not only from all the decades of Dr. Dibble Blair doing what he done for 5 years, I've been taking over for close to 9 years officially. But I've been doing what I've been doing for 25 or so years plus. Okay. And so we're here, it's proven, we know this. Okay. Many of you on the line, you could give, if I ask you right now to say how the Meta Center and myself has helped, I'm sure you would gladly say many things. But I'm saying this to say, right now is an important time to utilize the resources that you have. Okay. I mean, I'm sitting here, utilize us to help you. All right. We have lots of data. And again, free consultation doesn't cost you anything, but we have many services that do cost that would give you an edge. If you're able to, I suggest you really look into that. If you want to know exactly what, just call. You don't have to have an appointment for that. Just call. And if it's like, okay, I'm trying to do this, do that, what do I suggest? I'll tell you what I suggest. You know what I'm saying? And from that point, you can do what you need to do concerning maybe a service to get or whatever needs to happen, so that you can be the best that you can be for yourself and your family. Because again, we appreciate the support. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a thank you for us to be able to help you to become better. All right. So here we go. I'm about to share the screen, so you all should see it here in a moment now. All right, so here's screen shared again. All right, so for those who, so this person here is a Walmart Spark driver. Okay, so for those who don't know, you have Uber, you have Lyft, you have these type of companies and stuff like that. You have Instacart and many other gig companies. Well, Walmart has drivers as well, and they're called Spark. Okay, and so this is what this guy here has been noticing.
You know, I really don't do this YouTube shit. You know, I really don't do this YouTube shit. I barely even know what the fuck I'm doing, but I gotta make this video. So I drive Walmart Spark, and everybody that drives Walmart Spark, the honest way, y'all know what's going on. The real Walmart Spark drivers know what's going on. All the people that's got something to say about all this, that, and the third, you guys are being racist and there's no bots. Y'all part of the problem. I've been doing this Spark shit since December 22. I used to make a lot of money every week doing this shit. A lot of money. About June of last year is when I started noticing the difference. And you know, we didn't really pay, we couldn't really tell what was going on. I didn't really get hip to what was really going on until about September with these Venezuelans. I'm not finna sit on here and play like that's not what the fuck going on. I'm in the Chicago region. I have to drive 40 minutes away just to make any type of money, and right now it's a slow day. But anyway, I really want to respond to this Mushi Moo character. I guess he didn't like what I said in the comments. So I'm gonna say it on video. This shit is real. In that flyer you posted, it don't say nothing about no Latinos. It says illegal immigrants. We're gonna call it for what it is, and that's what the fuck it is. The fucking Venezuelans have taken over every damn Walmart. So let's not play this game, bro. And you didn't like what I said in my comments because I'm exposing you, because videos like yours is the reason why us ethical Spark drivers aren't gonna get anywhere with this issue. And everybody knows and says the same thing. If Walmart was pressing the fact about checking IDs, ID every Spark person, shopping, delivery, and curbside. Then you can't holler discrimination. I've seen it with my own eyes what these people is doing. They do it right in front of our face. They make a mockery out of it. They don't have driver's license. They don't have insurance. The paper tags on their car be taped to the car. It's 4 or 5 of these motherfuckers in one car passing out phones. One motherfucker go in their shop, come back, get a phone to the driver with the order. Another motherfucker hop out the back seat with a phone. He go get a shop. The nigga on this side get out. He go get a shop. They come, another cop pull up. I see it all day. And this software they're using is allowing them to snatch any orders. They set an amount of type of order they want, and it pulls all them orders away from the other drivers. So when you get that little notification across the top of the screen as if it's going to be some offers and don't shit show up, that's what the fuck is going on.
Okay, he was cursing a whole lot. And of course, you know, I don't want that to mess up the YouTube channel that we have. So I'm gonna stop this for now. You all get the point there, right? So what ends up happening, and what he's saying is true. So let me give you an example of this, right? Let's go back to the early eBay days, okay? What he's talking about is some type of software that they're using to snipe the orders, right? So back in the eBay days, when eBay, way in the beginning, when you used to bid on some type of thing that you wanted, what would end up happening is that, of course, it would, it would start up the bid. You say like the person would put it up 7 days, whatever. You could bid there if you want to, but if you were a bit smarter, you would kind of wait till at least a day of, and you would start bidding on it and stuff like that, and everything else, right? Well, it was something back then called eBay Sniper, right? And what that was is that like myself, right? I would, let's say it's something I wanted, right? I would go into the snipe program, and I would put the listing in there, and I would put the amount that I will bid at, right? And so, for example, you have you'll be bidding on this product. You think you're going to get it. Let's say it's at $30. Nobody else is bidding. It's at 5, 10 seconds. You're like, okay, I got this. And then at 1 second, all of a sudden the bid will come in at $31 and I'll win it. You're like, how the heck does somebody did that? It was like literally at 1 second, like half a second. How did that person do that? That's sniping the order, right? And so that was a big thing back then. So, anyways, with that being said, so what he's talking about is taking place is that and there have been reports about this, public reports also that you can read about from different news if you Google it. And it deals with even Venezuelan gangs and stuff like that, because they're here, they are together, they're not playing games, and they need to get their money up, okay, to get into other operations and stuff like that. And so they have even taken over certain markets when it comes to the different gig jobs and stuff like that. And think about it, right? These gig jobs would be, regardless of what we think of a gig job or whatever it may be, if people need to work, they need to work, right? These jobs would be for Americans. Now the Americans are competing with 1 million, 2 million. Well, actually, it's millions. It's 10 plus, but millions of other people. Okay, for those same things that were easily utilized for you. So all of this is for a reason. Is to cause stress and irritation and so on and so forth. So again, this is really understand the difference between talking negatively and being informed. Okay, we're being informed. I just want to say this. Okay, this is informing you of what's taking place around you, period. Anyway, so a person could put their head in the sand, but it's still literally happening. So this will allow you to actually, again, manifest better, because now you say, okay, I was going to manifest this way, but now that I hear this and what he's saying is true, okay, now let me just kind of adjust my manifestation a little bit to be more precise in now a more informed way, right? That's how you manifest properly. Okay. The world around us is changing. This is all by design. Part of it is because people are, 1 second here. Okay. So part of it is people are powering up. Okay. The stress, one of the things, as I mentioned previously, one of the things that happened during the whole lockdown was that they expected just everybody just to break. Everybody did not just break. Pressure can bust pipes, but it also can make diamonds. A lot of people became diamonds. A lot of people who probably would not have, at least maybe until way later in life. And so that got them a bit nervous. And so now from that point, they got kind of quiet. So this is the more so what they call in war. This would be more the acts of subversion. Okay. There are masculine, again, metaphysical, right? There are masculine ways to enact warfare. There are the feminine energy ways to enact warfare. Okay, masculine, feminine. There are different ways to have war, and this would be more of the feminine ways to enact war. Is more subversion, not direct conflict. Say, okay, people are powering up, and we're talking about all Americans. We're not talking about just one people and other people. All Americans. Many people start to power up and say, okay, we see that we can't do it this way, so let's do it this way. Okay, something that is happening, we know it's happening all around us, but at the same time, it's a bit subtle. And the thing about that an act of subversion, it's subtle until it's not. So it's subtle for a bit until it becomes much more in your face. So let's continue on. So what ends up happening this summer is going to be interesting, because we all know the heat brings energy. And if a person is on if their energy, if their vortex is spinning correctly, that extra heat will bring more energy within their internal vortex, which means that they're going to pursue and do more in that direction that they're already doing. That's why it's extremely important for you all to get yourself together, man. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, exercise, get yourself together. I can help you with a meal plan if you want to do that. I can help you with a workout plan if you're trying to do that. We have the knowledge, a lot of knowledge, not all the knowledge, but we're really good at what we do. Okay. And so, but if a person's internal vortex is not spinning correctly, we see what that happens. We've been seeing this, for decades. People get powered up, but their internal vortex is not spinning correctly. So they're going to all different other types of areas that we would actually consider negative ways and do negative things. If we combine the fact that people are looking for employment and people are working more and more and more, and those people who are gainfully employed, their employment is, especially in the private sector, is putting more on them. So where they may have done a legitimate job, legitimate amount of work for their job, now they're doing the work for 2 people. And now they're talking about 3 people. And you better do it, because if you don't do it, they're going to fire you. Right? So that causes stress. When people get stressed out, things start to happen, either internally or externally. And so combine that with millions and millions of people who are here competing, and then they have, of course, that major criminal element as well. It can lead to just a lot of just situations that none of us would want. So let's continue on. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to pause there for now. Any comments, questions? Any comments, questions? I'm going to, you can unmute your phone, and if you're on YouTube, you could type them out. I'm going to read any that may appear there.
Peace, peace. Can you hear me?
Okay, Yummy, then Candace.
Yes. I do hear you with what you're saying, and I see your facts and everything that you're proving. I just feel like we are all here on different soul contracts. We got different purposes and different karmas, different life paths and things like that we serve in. I feel like people who are going to be affected by the things that you're seeing, it's a part of what they came and signed up for, because I feel like we're all expressions of the creator. And prior to the incarnation process, we signed up for XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. I feel like all of the things that happened in this dark age that we living in was making diamonds or coal. So those of us who produce the diamond aspect of life, we see the stuff happening, but it's not affecting us on our timeline. And then those of us who got that guy going on is what they supposed to have going on. Like, I'm a super old soul, so I see all of the world just crumbling around me, but I'm not affected by it because it's not on my timeline. I'm here, but I'm not on that timeline with that. Do you understand?
I understand what you're saying. I know where you're coming from. So, again, I'm here to inform, right? To tell everyone what's going on in the matrix, and you take it the way that you need to take it. Okay, and you adjust accordingly. Okay, for example, based on what you're saying, then one would manifest a different way, right? So that's just that. Again, we're showing, because again, if we're all here and these are fellow humans, then
Oh,
there's nothing wrong to have empathy for what's going on with fellow humans. And let me understand this: these people coming over, many of those, not that they have anything against you or I directly, they just get money. If a country told you right now, if Mexico said, "Hey, come down here, we will give you housing, cars, we would give you food, and in a check," how many of you all would say, "Straight for real?" And they said, "Yeah, come on down. If you get here, we'll give you all of that and help you with employment processes and everything." If
the
that
old
worked,
me would have definitely jumped at that opportunity, because I would have been dependent on the system and feeling like I have to be complacent with that paradigm. But the aspect of me that I am now and the paradigm that I live in, I feel it's a whole trap. I also feel like a lot of the things that we're seeing on television, a lot of it is inflated And then if in fact these beings are coming over, because I remember my interpretation of the humans, I would say that I wouldn't be a human, I would be a God man. So these beings that are coming over, they have the unsparked spirits inside of them. So they are supposed to be matrix participants. Us, the players of the game, we are the alchemists. So we're supposed to look at all these timelines that the matrix is presenting to us and be like, okay, I see you, but no, not today. Not on my watch. That's what I came here for. I'm here because of the timeline that humanity was facing. I say humanity, not God man, because of the timeline they was facing based on all of the stuff that they agreed to and the vibration that they are at a resting frequency at. So I hear you though. I hear you. I see it and I respect everything you're saying. Me personally in the background with my spiritual warrior principles that I adhere by, I fight all of that in my all of the bodies that I attain in this avatar. With my 7 bodies, I fight all of that because even them, that energy, it doesn't die. It exchanges itself from one form to the next. So it needs to be repurposed if it's not going to choose to elevate and grow. Because this planet, its own celestial cosmic being that is alive, that withholds the matrix inside of it, she is about to live in a higher frequency. And the lower nature of her is going to continue to rock out until it's gone. That's what I feel like the pole shift in the sun solar cycle is doing. I agree with you in that aspect when you're saying about the magnetic pole shift, but I feel like it's also deeper.
I understand.
Hey, Tony, can you hear me?
Candace is next, then you, Antonio, then New, then David.
Hey Tony, hey good fam. I have well, let me word this correctly. I am secure in my job and what my career, what I do. I've been helping someone fill out applications and to try to get a job, more than qualified for those positions. But I'm not sure if anyone noticed, if you've been applying for jobs, the application process. Before you can just upload your resume, answer a couple questions and move on. They ask you so many questions about if you're an immigrant, if you're going to need some type of support from the government on all these different questions. And I feel like the way these applications are put in place now, because I've never seen that before when I used to apply for jobs, but to see them now is definitely set up, even though they say that they don't discriminate, but the questions are kind of seem like they're more set up to hire those people that meet that. It's something that's been on my mind too by applying to these jobs, that even they ask you off the rip if you're Latino or Hispanic. That's the first question, or none. And I just never understood why that mattered before they start going into other different things, trying to get more information from you without getting that information. I'm just wondering if anyone else have experienced that or have seen that, and just wanted to put light to that, Tony, that I've been noticing that actually in the employment process right now.
Yep. It's that and it's much more. Even now, for example, let's use Indeed, for example. They are now many other companies are asking people to do interviews where you would get on the camera. It's a one-way interview. Okay, you would get on the camera and you would pretty much postulate to whatever this job is you're trying to apply to. Again, and think about it, right? If in a system where you don't want any discrimination, there are most definitely ways you can make it extremely hard to discriminate. But of course, it's being made easier. And so they want you to be on camera so you can get your face, and that's also to capture data. Okay, they want to capture your voice, capture your voice data, capture your pretty much your biometric data. That's what they call it, your biometric data. So it's there's many things that go into it, but you would sit there in front of your camera and you would do an interview answering the questions that come up on the screen. And depending upon what happens, it goes to HR. And HR and or many of the other managers or supervisors would then watch the video of you applying. I guarantee it that they look at certain videos. Even this person could be completely qualified. They don't even listen to it. They're just looking at the picture and seeing if that's the person that they want there, right? And stuff like that. So it's some Black Mirror kind of stuff. Again, we're gonna go deeper. We're going to some solutions and stuff like that. But we have to talk about, again, the Meta Center is here to not tell you BS. Okay. You all support us, and in that support, it's our responsibility to tell you what we have come across and what the data shows. And from that point, you decide where you want to and what you want to do. Like Miss Yummy, right? She said what she said, right? Based on the data, she understands the data, okay, and she sees it for what it is. In this, then for her, she's going to adjust and do what she needs to do and what works for her. And that's perfectly that's what you should do. Okay. For other people in different situations, whatever situation is, you're hearing this and you then take that and you say, okay, cool. Let me create a little bit of a different strategy now. Okay, based on this. Again, it's not to scare you, it's to inform you. Okay. And again, we have strategies. A lot of the strategies that will work, I'm not going to say on this line just because of it can't be put out there like that, but many of you all should get consultations and stuff like that. It will help. Was that it, Candace? Okay, I guess that was it. So, I think whoever was between David, New, and Antonio, whichever one I said was next in line after Candace, you go next.
Antonio, can you
Antonio.
hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, Happy New Year, my brother. First of all, let me acknowledge you. Thank you so much for inviting all of us to this meeting. And I thank the Creator for you, Tony. You're an highly advanced, highly wonderful spiritual being, bringing light in this time that we all need light. And I also want to acknowledge Yummy. She is also an advanced spiritual being of light. And I would say, moreover, everyone on this call is an advanced spiritual being if they have been following the teachings of Tony. Because if you were not an advanced spiritual being, you wouldn't be on this call in the first place. Now, a few points, statistics about this immigration thing. Tony, because he's an advanced being, a great, knowledgeable man, an ancient, wise soul. You're 100% right, Tony. It's about energy. And the Mua, Draconians, whatever you want to call them, they're letting the immigrants in because they want that energy. And that energy manifests in all sorts of forms. Willem Reich and Dr. Blair called it orgone energy, spiritual energy, energy from the chakras, etc. And a lot of the immigrants are being let in so that that energy can be drawn from them, drawn out of them. And they're unwitting. They don't know that they're being let in so that they can be basically used as a food source. What are we looking at here? After the pandemic, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.3 million Americans died. And so there's a shortage. The Draconians, Mua, whatever you want to call them, they need orgone energy. They need to feed, and there's 1.2 million Americans less. So they're starving to death. And that's why they're letting the immigrants in. It's a tough sociological situation, but it's a complex sociological situation. The United States has been interfering in Mexico, Central, and South America for 50 years, more, 75 years. And there's been all sorts of negative effects down there, meddling. And we're looking at blowback. And a lot of the folks that are coming here are in terrible situations in their own countries. Last statistic I heard was that somewhere between 35 and 50,000 Venezuelans had been killed. A lot of us are African Americans. If we were here in Chicago and all of a sudden the powers that be started killing 25, 30, 35,000 African Americans, we would all get the hell out of here. That's kind of what we're looking at here with the immigration story. Now, again, it's more complex, competition for jobs, everything the wise man.
Pause there, Tony. I'm just gonna say that he's basing it off of the information that he's saying, but that's not entirely true, what you're saying, and I don't want that energy to go further. No, I'm not calling you a liar. Just make sure here, I'm not calling you a liar, Antonio. I do appreciate what you're saying, but based on the data that I have, that's not entirely true, and I want people to get in a certain framework as if that is entirely true. Okay, so just because many of these people, if they supposedly walk from Venezuela, they passed many countries before they got to America. Okay, they could have stopped by any of those countries and stayed there, but they're coming in mass to the United States.
That
Okay,
is correct. That is correct, my brother. That is correct. That is correct. They didn't get as good a deal in some of those other countries on their way here as what they can get here. You're 100% correct. So, but it's all about the energy and it's all about the vibrational rate. And I thank you, brother, for your wise guidance for meditation and seeking spiritual advancement. We are all beings of light, and I thank you. And that's my comment for now until you get to something else that I want to comment on.
Well, I appreciate that, Antonio, and it's good to hear your voice. I haven't heard your voice in some time, even though you do text, okay? But I haven't heard your voice in some time. So let me say this before the next caller comes in. Let me say this, right? At any moment, the one things that the draconians and the alien conglomerate, what they fear the most is that because at any moment, any of you, any of us, any of humanity can just wake up. I mean, truly wake up. We are in different stages of awakening, right? Some of us may feel like one has completely awakened 100%. We are in different stages of awakening. Okay. And some may be higher, others may be lower than this person, that person, whatever it may be, but we're all in different stages. But when one reaches that certain point, that peak, it starts to spread and it's going to spread in mass. And then people will just start lighting up all over the place. And we're talking about the difference between, let me give you the difference in certain aspects so you all can really understand this. You have, like, for example, the Jedi. Okay, we know the Jedi. We know the Sith from Star Wars. Okay, they're able to do almost, you can say, almost magical things with their bodies. So the energy, the is coming from them directly. Their vortex is spinning at its at an extremely, call it metachlorians, okay? But their vortex is spinning at an extremely high level where some of them could even shoot lightning from their hands. Many of them could jump higher than what a normal human may be able to jump, maybe to take more damage than another human may be to typically take, a normal human anyway. Be able to use abilities that would seem like a god, right? That's one powerful like technology. The equivalent that they're using today would be flying ships, electricity power, coal. That's the way they're going. So if people start to truly awaken and activate, we're getting back to before things became the way they are. And that's extremely dangerous, especially if in mass you don't have the ability to be able to deal with tons of beings who awaken like that. It can be very interesting, we talk about true awakening. Okay. Many of us, unfortunately, it gets into a whole nother story, but a lot of us have cellular, let's just call it cellular inhibitors within us that try its best to prevent us, our physical body. Remember, our mind controls the body. What we're talking about is the physical body here. Okay. Unfortunately, due to certain medical trauma, some of us have these inhibitors that inhibit certain types of gene expression. Okay. And this is even what I've come across in my genetic research. Okay. Gene expression. Okay. Some of us are able to express in ways that will absolutely blow your mind, but it's constantly those receptors are turned off. But anything is able to do through mind. You'd be surprised how powerful the mind can do. It could turn things back on. Again, especially through stress, especially if one really wants something. Okay, it's like, for example, if one of you right now, if I let's say if I called one of you up right now and said, you know, here's a well, here's a house. Okay, here's a brand new house. It doesn't cost. There's no tricks to it at all. Here's a brand new house. Your dream house is all yours, paid in full. You can just move in. It has no mortgage. You don't pay no taxes. You don't do any of that. It's your dream house and it's yours. Many people wouldn't even be able to get sleep that night. Why wouldn't you be able to get sleep? Nothing's changed. It's because now your internal vortex sees something that maybe you didn't think was possible. Now it's for you, and your internal vortex is well without changing your diet, without anything. You just had some new information just downloaded in you. That's it through words. That's it, and you accepted it. You say, okay, I accept that, and to that internal vortex starts to spin up faster than it ever has, and you'll stay up completely 24 hours until you get them keys. And in fact, you'll be in that house and be in such a disbelief in belief that you probably won't get sleep for another day or two. And nothing's changed but just a word. That's how it is with reality around us. The architect in the matrix, the first matrix. Some of you with your brilliant minds, you need to go back and watch the Matrix, the first one, and look at it from a metaphysical. It's not about sitting back and, you know, just go back and look at it from a metaphysical eye. Okay. And just really just look at it. And as they're talking, because everything that they're showing you is symbolism. You may not know what everything is. That's okay. But you would pick up on things. You would get it. Okay. And this watch. Okay. And go through the series, especially when it comes to the architect. I really, really like that scene. And that was, I think, in the second one. But I want to show you something here real quick before the next person comes on. One moment here. Um, Tech matrix. So this is the architect here. I'm about to share my screen. And I'm really enjoying the fact we all came together yet again. And I look forward to seeing you all at the Meta Center. Come on through. Let's get some meditation in. Let's get some crystal bowl meditation. Let's work out any challenges. Let's become superhuman. Yeah, it's not even about the challenges. You may say, all right, what I need to do? Let's do it. Let's work on our mind. We getting a lot of equipment in and stuff like that. I'm actually remodeling one of the rooms again. I keep changing stuff just because I keep enhancing it. And that's how it is. Sometimes we are a work in progress. Just like, when I set up the center, it was set up one way and it was okay. Then I said, know what? I was talking to Reese, who works at the center, and I was like, know what, man? I think this way would be better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm changing it around, and it is better. But things about to get changed again. Remember, some of you all remember from the book One Lessons, and this from earlier conversations we had years ago. It's about being ever perfecting. Okay, ever perfecting. You ever perfecting yourself. You're looking at yourself. You're looking at the situations around you. You're looking at things, um, great and small, that have your direct connection with. And it's not that you're trying to make things better, but you just are making things better because you want things to be better. But you have to want things to be better. It's literally, you know what I'm saying? But let's get into the architect here. So the architect in the Matrix, what he said was extremely powerful. It's very simple, but it's powerful, and people don't really realize what he was saying here. What does it do? Okay, there it is. So let me share my screen here. So this is the architect here for the Matrix. Many of you remember this character here. Okay. And what the architect said was that this is the sixth generation of the Matrix. He was talking to Neo. And he said that he had created a Matrix at one point that was absolutely perfect. It was perfect. A utopia, what we would call a utopia. But it failed in the most disastrous way. And the reason why it failed is because the people could not accept a utopia. They could not accept a world without a world. And this is in mass. Yes, there may be individuals who could accept it, but in mass, people could not accept a world that was without conflict. They had to have conflict. And guess what? Many of you know I do mediations and everything. Not only what he said there, and if anybody could say it, okay, I've done at this point, again, thousands of consultations, and people are either in conflict with other people, and some of these conflicts are so petty, you all. People are disrupting their whole lives, breaking apart their families and stuff like that, based on something that can be worked out. Because logically, when they're asked, is it that serious that this cannot be worked out? They will individually say, no, it's not that serious. This could be worked out. But the moment egos get into play, it doesn't work out. And they rather have their families destroyed. They rather not work together and see what's taking place, especially if the person I mean, I'm stopping. I could go on and on with that. Okay. But the most the most important being that we are in conflict with is ourselves. We are in conflict with whether this is a trained way or this is naturally how some genetic lines are, because some genetic lines are very unruly. Okay, that's why even today you have some genetic lines that are extremely uh, debaucherous. Let's just put it like that. Extremely negative. And yet you have others, even in the same world, who are not like that at all. Who are, even though they live in the same world, they show kindness. So people are different. There are different genetic lines. There are some beings that are not good beings who love conflict and who love confusion. So, anyways, let's get back to the architect. He said that, again, going back, it was a world he created. It failed in the most disastrous way because the beings in the world cannot accept a world without conflict. They cannot accept a world, pretty much, let's say like an Eden, Eden, in Eden. They could not accept that. So this world, which is the sixth generation, is actually the most perfect one in the sense that this is the perfect balance between, is the perfect level of chaos that people accept. Right now, how do we notice to a certain extent that the architect is correct? Look at the world around us, not even right now. Let's look at, okay, so right now people are beat up, they stressed out. The world, we got draconians and alien people whose minds are taken over by aliens on the greater level, causing all type of problems. That we see this. So we can't use right now as an example. But even though these things have been going on for some time, just at different ways and different levels, let's go back into the 90s. There was most definitely many hoods in the 90s, many projects, a lot of crazy stuff happening. Okay, even before it got turned up to a level where even the most person with their head in the sand now took notice. Okay, so people have had the ability to not have things as chaotic. Now, in neighborhoods, even if you grew up in the hood, there'll be that person in the neighborhood, that family in the neighborhood, that person who would take care of their lawn. And I'm talking about in hoods kind of thing, right? Okay, in the west side of Chicago kind of thing. Because west side of Chicago is a whole different something else than the south side. Okay, but west side, but even in the rough areas of the south side of Chicago, okay, where shooting is going on all the time, where people throw trash out in their own yard, on their own front lawns. You have people who don't do that. People who take care of their lawns and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Who take care of their property. And you would think that property is in a whole other world compared to literally the one right next door to it. So there are people who do care no matter where you at. But we're talking about in mass. I'm saying at least and when I say in mass, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm not talking about 100% of people. So when I say, if we're talking about to change the environment, it does not take as many people as people think. Let's say in the environment it's 100 beings in the environment. Okay, it doesn't take all 100 beings to change for the environment to change. Maybe around anywhere, depending upon the energetic output of the people, the individual people doing it, 5 to 20 people. So if we talk about 100 people, that's 5%. So 20% of the people, if they actively change and they do it in such a way, unless they're getting direct resistance from that 80%, I mean, directly fighting against them, in which in most cases that's not going to happen. That's not the case. The environments can change. It's actually very simple math. The matrix is made up of math. The world we in is a, you could say, almost like a simulation. It has rules. If you understand these universal laws, which we had the universal laws class, if you have not seen it, go on the YouTube channel. Literally, I break down the universal laws in different ways using everyday examples that everybody can relate to. If you see this, if you implement it, you don't have to be super woke. You had none at all. You just implement some very small things, the neighborhoods change. Yes, you're gonna have some dark Jedi, some Sith lords in the neighborhood who once they see that and things start to change, are going to actively try to change them back. And then you get to see for yourself who those people are. And it will shock you. It will be a learning lesson. Okay. But nevertheless, though, it all starts with self. Going back to that conversation that I had with the person who had the consultation who just kept talking, the examples I gave in the beginning of the show. One thing that I was trying to tell him was that 'cause he had all these philosophies about the change in the world and all type of stuff, right? And I said it starts with self. You'll be surprised, right? We all have what they call an aura, right? Aura is another word you can say for the magnetic field that humans have, beings who are living have, okay? Whose vortex is spinning, right? Who where the harmonics of our self is being amplified and our music is coming from us from our heart. Okay, our heart gives a spin from our heart. If you actually take apart our heart, it is not just sliced in half. It is actually, it comes off. It's a vortexing chamber. So it's actually spinning. It's spinning the energy through the flow, the push through the body. Which combination? So it's so our magnetic energy, it influences people for better or worse. This is how everybody could be. Somebody could come into a room quietly. You can come into a room quietly. No one can hear you. But yet everybody in the room turns around and looks at you when you come through the room. Okay? And you haven't said anything, you haven't made any noise. There's no reason for them to turn around, but yet they all do. Because your field has enveloped the room. And you have to take notice. We have someone here, and that's where true kings, queens, princesses, princes, that's what it's actually based on. It's not based on because I have more money. It's based on your internal energy, the blood, the magnetic output. So if you meet somebody who is truly a king or queen, not just by some type of weirdo money, just weird stuff, which is a lot of weird things going on around them. Okay. You actually come across a real king or queen. Okay. The energetic output that they have is one of those ones that can put one into like a trance-like state almost because it's so magnetic. Again, on a smaller level, we see it. You walk into a room, everybody turns around, looks at you. That's on a smaller level. But what if it was 1,000-fold? What would happen then? People would get up and probably move the chairs. They'd say, "Here's a seat for you. Do you need anything to drink? What about food? How is your housing? Do you need a house?" They will actively go out of their way to make sure that the queen or the king is okay. You see? All based on magnetic output. So, all right. So next here would be new, you're next, and then Kolick,
Cool. Yes.
and then if so new is first, you're next, and then it's going to be Cassandra.
Yes, brother. It's beautiful. I'm really loving this. It's really beautiful. I'll tell you why, because from the beginning, what I've said, it's all manifested. First, I said about this country being a ship that's sinking. Then you brought up the immigration issue. Um, Everybody here that have spoken, you're all right. There's nobody who is saying anything wrong. even I think Antonio with the U.S. foreign policies affecting countries in Central America has been since the 70s been really bad. So it does create this immigration crisis that we've seen. And by no means we're not selfish, but at the same time, we have to be realistic. We have to live in a real world. And as you have said, that kind of impact is devastating for not only the country, but specifically for a certain group of people. Moving on from that,
New.
point
I don't
that
want to interrupt you, New. Are you able to move? Because I want to make sure I hear everything you say, because everything, all of
okay,
it you say is just that important. It's kind of you're coming through clear at times, and then it kind of fades away.
okay. Am I better?
You
Do
are
I
better
sound
now.
better?
Yeah, you sound better.
Okay, great. Okay. So as I was saying that we're all saying we're all saying we're all saying the truth. Everything that everyone has expressed so far is nothing but the truth. It's just a matter of perspective. It's just a matter of the angle at which we are looking at. And I was speaking to the point of Antonio and American foreign policy and what caused this immigration crisis, while yet not overlooking that crisis, which was created years ago. We still have to look on what is happening and the impact it will have on us now, this country. And as I was saying from the beginning, that this is a ship sinking. Are we going to let the ship sink? Are we going to bail off the ship? Are we going to, go down with the ship sinking? So all is a matter of perspectives, but we do need to do something. And I spoke also about being in a bubble where we have enlightened persons living in a bubble. And we can't be, as if we're being agents of light or light beings, we would definitely know the collective is what is crucial. The collective, conscious collective wherein we're all linked, we're all united, and we can't live in a bubble. We can't say what the energies that's around in us because we are not of that energy or we are not partaking of that energy, that it's not and it won't be an influence on us overall because everything is all stringed on one string. We are all connected. So I don't feel that that's my opinion. I don't feel that is the proper way of looking at, okay, these people is coming to take other people's job. That's their energy. Because if you look at it, we are not in this world alone. And a lot of persons is thinking of that, oh, we're in this world alone. This earth can be destroyed. There's a lot of worlds that have been destroyed in millennia ago. A lot of beings have died because of they not looking at the collective. They were all about, in their bubble. It's like, how can I be living in this creation and not be concerned about what is happening to the bees, knowing that the bees helps to proliferate life? How can I be in this world and not be concerned about what is happening to our water sources? I can't be like, oh, I am a god and I live and I'm at this stage and whatever the energies around me, that's their concern. And no, and I spoke about the thing about love, where we have to start working from the heart chakra, wherein love will see that it will tap into the divine oneness of everything. That means whatever is going on with our neighbors, as negative as they might be and as negative as their energy, we still have to know that we have to try. We can't just say, oh, I'm not involved in that energy, so I won't try to even say, listen, brother, there's another way of doing this, or there's another way. And even just by you showing that love can impact on that person. So, as I said, everybody is right. We are all right. It's just a matter of perspective, how we look at it. But we all have to know that there's a divine oneness, there's a connectivity between all persons, all beings, and don't be naive that we are this we are in this world and this world won't end. There's a possibility that this world will be destroyed. There's a possibility, and it's all up to us to really tap in, and whatever's going on around us, we have to try to be a part of it and make that shift.
Let me say this to you, New. I do appreciate all of that, but let me say this to the audience: the world would not be destroyed. Okay, it would not be. It will be here. All right, so they are not that great to destroy this world. All right, so the world has been through cataclysms that many of us couldn't even. It would be very difficult for us even to imagine. The signs of those cataclysms are actually all around us. Many of you know we go all around the country, and there's many journeys we've been on. Like for example, last summer, well, actually, that was the summer before that. So we talking about summer of 2022. We drove across country, and in driving up, we had to go up. We went to, of course, that's that series of Finding the Keymaster. And, years go by quick, don't they? But that was Finding the Keymaster series that you can also find on the YouTube channel, which I think was very enjoyable. But we drove all across the country, but we went to what's called Bear Mountain, which is also called Devil's Tower. And from that point, yeah, driving there, most people have never drove across the country. Okay. The majority of people. There's so many landscapes out there that will blow your mind that have not been seen on social media or anything like that. And in driving through, especially upper, like let's say Wyoming, Utah, you see pyramids way out into the distance. I'm talking about pyramids that would make the Great Pyramid of Giza look like a pebble on the ground. Absolutely so huge, it will blow your mind. I mean, I'm talking about perfect pyramid shaped perfectly. And you see it way off in the distance. You're like, what? What is that? You know what it is. There's all types of, even talking about bodies, for example, you see driving through, for example, Nevada. There's so many flies in Nevada. And me and my comrade who was with me, uh, we were talking about just how many flies it was, right? Flies as if, because all deserts don't have flies like that. But Nevada has flies like that. It has so many flies as if these huge flies are still feeding on a carcass. I'm not talking about just like, I'm not talking about roadkill. I'm talking about a carcass the size of giants. And then some of those areas where a lot of the flies were, I went on Google Maps. I zoomed out. I said, this is a little bit too, my spirit was feeling something, right? Because I'm looking at the landscapes. I'm taking note of this. I'm taking pictures, all of that. Okay. And I zoomed out. I said, what does that look like there? It looked like if you've seen a giant and it fell on the ground, for example, and over time it was eroding and you now see the rib cage, it looked exactly like that on the ground. I said, no wonder why so many flies there, because even though we're looking at some of these different types of dirt, I don't know all the geological names for the different types of dirt, but these different types of colors of dirt and whether it be ores or all these things that we're seeing just by looking at it, we look at that as, oh, that's this ore, or oh, that's this type of dirt. But it could also be because flies are feeding on that. So obviously it's something deeper than just being named or just dirt in itself. Okay. It's something deeper because the flies are feeding on it. Okay. So anyhow, and the flies are much larger than flies anywhere else. Like if they were, I would expect flies to be that large if they were feeding on giants. I mean, personally, you know what I'm saying? Again, that's my own perspective there. So, examining with my decades of information coming from Dr. Dewey Blair, being up under him for many, many, many years and his influence and stuff like that. Hey, you know, I just sometimes look at things differently. And sometimes Dr. Blair used to say many times sometimes on different podcasts that sometimes the reality makes him a bit neurotic. You know what I'm saying? Just because of how wild it can be in the things that he notices and stuff like that. Okay. So we're going to be planning other trips across the country and stuff like that when we do them. And so, you know, maybe you'll be on that journey with us. You know what I'm saying? When that time happens. So shout out to everybody who went on that trip. We went up to Crater Lake, which was absolutely, we got to go back up there again, which is in Oregon. And I mean, it's so many things we see you all so many times. Just shout out to all the awakened beings across the realm. Shout out to the angels, literal angels that roam the realm, doing what they do. Shout out to the old worlders. We haven't had one of these calls in a while, and so I got to give shout out to the old worlders. Those are the humanoids from the previous civilization that battled those that are here now and stuff like that. Still, some of them roaming around, okay, helping people and taking people to the outer colonies and stuff like that. So shout out to all those beings who are here. Shout out to all the humans who are showing care and love. Shout out to everybody, all the awakened beings worldwide. Okay, so anyhow, next caller here we have. Okay, was it David or was
Kulik.
yeah, Kulik. Okay, Kulik, then Dave. Well, Kulik, then Cassandra, David. All right. So, how you doing, brother?
Hey, how you doing there? Much respect to you, the chat in here, the Meta Center, and Dr. David Blair. And I've been to many of his lectures, so much respect to the spirit. And let's just say Ashe to Dr. Blair and people like that of his lineage and legacy there. But yeah, I'm originally from Texas and I live in Arizona currently. So what you're saying is very true. A lot of people have not came across country, especially folks from the East or Northeast. They don't even know what Utah is, don't even understand the energy and just the looks of it is amazing. Our old ancient world, which is in the West, if you don't know that already, and stuff like that. But going back to the whole immigration thing, for one, and again, I grew up in Texas, and in particular around Latinos, a lot of them don't care about you. When I say about you, they don't care about the original people here, it being the so-called Black people here. They don't care about that. A lot of them are. I'm not trying to be negative and all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to be truthful. So this is not negative. A lot of them are, racist. And if I was a man or woman and I'm going to somebody else's land or home or house, I'm not going to be disrespectful. That's just how I was, brung up in my household. And we look at the draconian thing, we look at the reptilian thing. Could they have been basically cosplaying these people, whatever? That could be true. But when they come over here, it's not what they think it is. So they get over here in America, they think it's going to be more, freer, more this, that, and the third. And a lot of them say it's actually worse than where they're from. So when I hear people talk about, we talk about these people in Venezuela and coming from Colombia and El Salvador, Mexico, how hard they have it, I don't want to hear that story no more. I don't want to hear that story because these people come over here, they disrespect you, they disrespect your ancestors, they disrespect your bloodline, they disrespect your home. And of course they're taking jobs because their jobs are getting handed out to you. I mean, these people are literally living in your houses. It's insane. But if you go over there to their country, to their continent, or whatever you want to say, they're not going to have it. They're going to try to get rid of you. It'll be an act of war. Literally, if you see all these people, or let's say so-called Black people go to Mexico, it'll be an act of war. They will not have it. So why are we letting this happen? This is insane. So I'm all for the peace. I'm all for the kumbaya, but we both have to share our houses here. And they're not sharing. They don't care. They want to rid us. They want to rid this history. And, and this is what the Draconians, this is what the people want to do. They want to rid off the original autochthonous people of this land, which is you and I.
Just pause there. You could open your line back. I didn't mean to hit the actual mute, but just kind of tone down the flow of the energy into that direction for multiple reasons. I do understand where you're coming from 100%. Okay, but the play, you are metaphysically minded, and the play here is much deeper than just it's much deeper than just the base level of people coming over, and you know that. So so let's go a bit higher in vibrations there.
Yes, I would agree with that. I agree it's much higher. And that's why I said they're draconians and people like that to rid the original people of this land, which is really the original owners of this planet. So that's really what I'm saying. I know a lot of people don't like when I say this because some may be dating. I don't know. I'm not here to offend nobody, but at the same time, somebody in this community, especially millennials and Gen Z, need to step up and say what's going on here, because literally I see my people getting replaced and being treated like crap. And I don't that's not right. But on a higher meaning, the objective, the true objective is to get the original autochthonous people that own this planet or invented or established this planet off, period. And I'll say it like that. So when I see immigration, I see people not really getting to the root of it. It's not actual and factual. Like I said, I'm from Texas. A lot of people that haven't really seen this, and I've seen this for years. I've seen this for 20 some years going. This is nothing new. So do we just let it happen, or do we do something about it? And I agree with what you just said here. The world's not going to die. It's only the how can I say this? The world's only going to die for a certain group of people. Let me say it like that. Our world's not going to die, but some other groups of peoples or their group or their world's going to die. We're going to be fine. We're going to be okay if we know thyself, if we respect thyself and give thanks to our ancestral realm and continue to what they were doing beforehand. But if we forget that and it gets washed out and it gets breeded out, I don't know what's going to happen. But overall, last, I'm going to say this: all world's not going to die. Theirs is.
Appreciate that, Kola. Appreciate your expression there. And so, and I understand. I understand. So, Cassandra, you're next, and then David.
Greetings, everybody. I just wanted to share my observation of some things based on the job that I currently have and some other things. One being that it's more to it than well, I don't want to say it that way. I'll say that the governments are working hand in hand. It's almost like our so-called government, if that's what you want to use. They're paying for these. They're paying whatever country these other people are coming from to come over here. It's a payment. It's like a swap to come and cause the agitation for the people who are. I mean, if you allow yourself to be agitated, you have to know what's going on. And to piggyback off of what a couple of people said, I think Candace had mentioned about the employment. I noticed that a whole lot. Company that the department that I work for deals with human services. And so the immigrants, the illegal immigrants that are coming over here, they are, and it's not just the Spanish countries, there are other countries, like a lot of European countries as well. That's just not advertised on the news as much as the, Venezuela, Mexico.
Pause real there, Cassandra. I'm glad you said that, because it and I want you all to really understand this as well. And I have this data. Okay, it's not just South Americans. It's
Right.
Chinese, it's
Correct.
Africans, so
Yep.
specifically Somalians and other South Africans as well. It's also Arabs as well coming over
Yep.
in mass.
En masse.
Okay, and they're being sent to different areas of the country. Like Somalians, for example, are typically sent to Minnesota.
Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Hmm.
Okay. So, and I know it's for a fact. Okay. So just be conscientious of that. That's not just, even biblically, for those who are biblically minded, many of these different types of people are different tribes of people. Some of them are clones. Okay. Some of them are other things as well, but different tribes of people. And again, it's deeper. Again, we're metaphysically minded. We understand that we see the physical third dimensional aspect of what's taking place. but we understand there's a deeper play at play. This is chess, not checkers. So we understand there's a deeper play at play, and it's our duty to understand what's taking place so that we can do the best for ourselves and our families and so on and so forth going forward into the future, whichever way that we think that may be. Okay, again, it deals with your own personal vibration. Your personal vibration, you make the moves that you need to move in as you move the way you need to move, those who are aligned with your thought forms will move also the way that you're moving. Okay. And again, you're talking to somebody who's been doing this for decades. So apologize for that. Cutting in, Cassandra, continue on.
Oh no, that's fine. But I was gonna say that. So you took the words right out of my mouth with that. But I think the thing of it too is that um it's the reason for also part of the reason for the cost of everything going up, especially housing, because people, these companies that are buying up different houses and things like that, they know that the government is going to pay them to house these people. So they're going to ask for the top dollar. Everybody knows that the government is the biggest waste of money. Um, I can see, and I know for a fact that, like you mentioned earlier, they are literally being handed cars, housing, food, education, anything that we've had to work for, it's just being handed to them. Absolutely. So I think the best way that I handle it is, number one, I recognize what's going on, but I'm not going to allow myself to be ignorant of what's going on, nor am I going to allow myself to ignore what's going on, but I have to also allow myself to, those who are in position to be held accountable. If I can't sit back and just complain and not put those who are supposed to be serving the community and not put their feet to the fire. So just want to give that my perspective on all these things that are going on. And I do, you know, absolutely believe that these people are not going to win. You know, like you mentioned, Tony, some of them are bots. Some of them have just gotten caught up in the sensation of, I get something free. They're the takers. And unfortunately, when they wake up and realize that they're being used, but people are waking up, and I'm thankful for that. And I appreciate everybody's comments on here. That's what I had to share.
Thank you for sharing, Cassandra. And let me say this to you all as well. David, you will be next. All right. So let me give you some personal perspective here when it comes to life and things that happen in life. Many of our people, and I'm saying people of brown and darker complexity, okay, both sides, the so-called black, so-called white side, both of them are ignited purposely to create the loosh for the world that is fed on. What do I mean by that? On the black side, they're taught uh, all types of black power rhetoric, regardless if it's true or not. This is not about if it's true or not. Again, this is deeper than just that. So please understand and let's go higher. Okay, they're taught all types of if one veers off the path of the traditional way the matrix wants you to go, you learn, you go to work, you have a career, possibly family, maybe these times is less and less, and so on and so forth, right? So you veer off that path and you go off the path of awakening. There's traps there that are set purposely to trap people, to trap those souls who are awakening. What I'm telling you is 100% fact. Okay. And in that, those traps, that there are traps there that are specifically for those who are so-called white, and there are traps for those who are so-called black, okay, or whatever, right? And these traps are to get you in there so that you will create loosh in some form or fashion, whether it be the constant conflict that you will have with these other people, whether it be you being a cell, cell, in a cell, meaning prison. And so it's to lock you in on one in some form or fashion into a way where, okay, you're not you verged off the traditional path, so we can't cipher energy from you that way. So now we're going to trap you in a different way. Okay, you got people who get on camera. I'm not going to say any names, anything else, and what they're saying is partial truths. Okay, what they're saying may be, it may be 70% true. It may be 80% true. And even if they believe it's completely true, even if they really believe what they're saying is not completely true, and if you were to follow this rhetoric, most people find themselves poor, which means you're a second, third class citizen later in life, in prison or perished. What I'm telling you is from a person who has studied for decades, who has watched, who has mingled in some things and wasted time, and has seen the characters come and go. When I was younger, many of you know my story when I was younger. I'm not going to go into that right now, okay, into detail anyway. But most of the people that cause me problems look just like me. Most of the people who did not have any services and things available in the community for people like me to get help look like me. The people who try to car block and cause problems and stuff like that, majority of the time, don't get twisted, some other people too, but majority of the time were people who look like me. When in some of these cases where I asked for help and stuff like that, the people who sabotaged me the most were people who look like me. This is not a story to be feeling sad or anything like that. I'm just telling you the real. Maybe you all have different stories, and we're not talking about. But we like to hyper focus on others when many times we need to look in the mirror. Many of you know who came to the superhuman class is the mirror experiment, the mirror magic, which I call it mirror magic. Many of you know that who came to superhuman classes. We need to reflect ourselves in the mirror and hold people responsible. For example, many people in different communities are giving tons of money, more money that will open up all types of institutions to literal scammers. People who literally right now who are on YouTube, very popular, conscious people and everything else, who literally have federal investigations against them right now for their Ponzi schemes, right as we speak. And people are still giving them tens of millions of dollars collectively. So the money is there to open up institutions and stuff like that, to help to institutions, big businesses, whatever it may be. The money's there. So it's not about the money. Why aren't the people, no matter who you are, why are the people that you give your monies to, and people would give, I mean, I've seen people get tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm like, man, we here at the center helping autistic, nonverbal people speak who haven't spoken in their lifetime. And shoot, it's kind of hard getting $1 at times. Even though many people do support, but you all get what I'm saying here, right? Millions and millions of dollars ain't pouring through the door. Okay. So with that, why aren't you I'm holding you all responsible for this. Everybody who's listening to my voice, why aren't you holding responsible to those people who you're giving money to who are scamming? Why aren't you saying, hey, I gave you money, right? Yeah. And you talked a good game. Where's the business at? Literally. Where's it at? I mean, I've been giving you money for years. You see us at the center. We've been doing our thing. We have a center now. You can come to it, and we have bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger plans in the future for the holistic needs of people, of humans, so that they can power up. Of course, we all know this is everything I'm saying is nothing new. We do field trips every year. We've been putting on these educational seminars and field trips every year for the past 8 years, going on 9 years. So the facts are there. But these other characters that people keep donating to and giving all types of funds to and not holding them responsible, they're not doing any of that. They're very good orators, though. They talk very well. Due to certain medical trauma, when I was younger, I have a bit of a speech impediment. I've been getting better at it, though. When I was younger, just so you know, I didn't always speak like this. After the medical trauma, I started to speak like this. And through meditation, I got it to the point where I'm able to go quite a while, unless I get really, really excited. I could go quite a while without any too many variances in my voice structure. That's the power of meditation. That's why I push it so hard, push it so much, I should say. Right? But with that, why aren't you holding anybody responsible? Stop blaming other people. I'm tired of hearing that. And you're talking to somebody who's doing the work. Been doing the work for decades. Come from a lineage. Dr. Blair doing the work. Stop blaming other people. Get it together. What are you doing for the community? Real talk. You're talking to somebody who's doing work for the community. Everybody knows it. I'm out here every day. We're out here every day. It's not just me. We're out here every day. Many of you are supporters. You know what you're supporting. Stop with the complaining. Complain too much. Do the work internally. Do the work externally. If you want things to be different, they could be different instantly. Just start doing different things. Hold people responsible. There's all type of people who's shucking and jiving all over the place. I'm talking about every race of people, because there's many people of different races who listen to the show. All different types of people, young and old, male and female. I get we just want to throw money at something and watch it grow. Oh, we'll throw money at somebody and walk away and smile like we did a good thing. But we've got to this point because you have to do a little bit more than that. You have to follow up and say, hey, I gave you 10 grand. I gave you 15 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, $100,000. What have you done with it? They won't even pick up your phone call. In fact, some cases, they didn't even say thank you when you gave it to them. And those people who look like you. So let's stop playing games. Okay? I love humans. I want to see people do better. I want my children to be in a world that's better. Too many weirdos running around. We're not talking about people make mistakes. I never blame children. I never blame teenagers because they are a product of the society itself. We have a lot of older people running around causing problems. We have a lot of dark Jedi, Sith, running around causing problems. And of course, at my level, we deal with those people. At least in some cases. We just got to people just causing problems. Stop causing problems. Get your mind right. I was going to say that. I'm tired of hearing the complaining. Get your mind right. You bringing in big money? Use that money to start something for your community. It could be something, it doesn't have to be something we do. It could be something just totally fun. It could be whatever, but something positive. Oh, do something positive. If not, then stop talking like you are in the space, like I'm in the space and have been doing this for decades. And this is weird. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly. So with that, let's continue on the show. David, you're next.
Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. All right. Well, first thing I like to do is take a deep breath. You know, is it as our energies start to grow and we start to share, that internal flame starts to rise in all of us, and it affects all of us, whether we understand it or not, certain kind of ways. But like we're torches. Each one of us has the internal torch. And as we even walk by people on the street or go by other persons who may or may not be like-minded, we have a tendency to ignite other flames that are close to us or near us. And that's why when Tony talks about walking into a room and just bringing your presence in, and your presence is just igniting all the other presences there who want to be around like-minded energy like itself. In other words, like attracts like. You know, that's 3 words, but like attracts like. And on a lesson of love, on a love lesson, we have to, I think we are doing that too, without talking everybody to death, that we, the people who have empathy, I call it heart people, are beginning to grow and become more aware of ourselves and others, and looking at our motives as to why we do things, and just to be better people, to have my ideas on a lot of things I wanted to share. On a macro level, things seem to be out of whack. Chaos, confusion, dramas and traumas. And that's been originated by purpose, by those who call the shots, who are running things, these people have no designated boundaries. They run governments like we play like chess pieces to stay in power and control. And the mass media is part of that too. But what we see and feel is that there's a change taking place. Some of us don't know what is taking place, but we know something is taking place, and we don't like the way it feels. I'm an older person, and I say that in the sense of older as far as my experience, and as my experience has shown me, and I've never always been right, of course not, but I've seen through the years with open eyes and with eyes that sometimes I didn't even understand what I was seeing or why I was seeing it that way. It just always know a little different, but not different, not being egotistical, just different, like as my perceptions on things. So having said all that, yes, issues are happening to us locally. Like in Illinois, we had what's called a real ID program, which stated and related to that issue with they showed us in the Michigan issue about ID cards and those kind of things, and making it easier for people or for documented people to get around or in this certain areas by saying, and basically what was the background noise was, they were doing that so they could monitor, be easier to monitor undocumented migrants, but they all had their own agendas. Issues regarding even like older persons like myself. I'm just talking about them on the micro level now. I mean, like issue like giving our Social Security away. I'm an older guy. I pay a couple grand a year for Medicare, and I see and I look at where those same privileges are given to other people free, just by showing up here, and that makes persons like myself upset, but it also ignites us into saying what's really going on here, And then I see things like a lot of our cities or like cities and population areas, it's like they're being depopulated to make room for new people, in which they are, and the infrastructure is already there. The homes are in place. They're often jobs, land, transportation, had all been cleared away. So like for new people or a new group of beings to come in and take their place, to get that, as Tony said, get that new energy going on, and it's like some subversion like that Tony speaks about. It's not like he said, it's not direct conflict, but it's subtle, and it's subtle to get us to turn against ourselves, to get people angry with each other. It's like Tony had a class on traumas, traumas and how that affects individuals, and how we actually pass that trauma on to others, how it affects us, and showed us ways how to deal with it. I really benefited from that myself. became aware of a trauma that I didn't really realize that I'd been traumatized, you know, and that was 40 years ago, you know. I didn't realize what it was. I just knew that what it was devastating and it affected me certain kind of ways, which I couldn't really put a finger on it. Just okay, but having went to that class and workshop, I found out what it was, you know. And the medicine has been a benefit. Tony has been a benefit. The teaching has been a benefit. The friends and family that participate in like these conversations have been a benefit. They really helped me, you know. It's like a new family. It's like attracts like. But having said that, and again, I'm not trying to talk everyone to death because everybody got things to do and people to go. But like when you look at this like issues where like Candace is talking about with employment issue, and they raising the hoops for a person to get employment, you know, by like asking for different kinds of things and things that our demographic may or may not possess, like being bilingual, you know. You apply for a job now. I mean, years ago, being bilingual, when you applied for a job, you know, if, that was, issue. It wasn't so much requested, you know, because the person already could take lessons in languages, whatever, to help the population that they were working on if they work for a government agency or whatever. But you know, but now as they requested bilingualism, so now we look at how is that affecting our demographic, how it's affecting our people or the people, melanated people. How many of us are melanated? I mean, not melanated, but are bilingual. So you can look at that two ways. One way, we can get angry about it and get pissed off, and because like, you know, basically the man on the street, you know, we looking at things like food, clothing, shelter, you know, and how we gonna be able to take care of our families, you know. And now, so we have to look at things like, okay, well, we got to make some adjustments. So maybe we have to become bilingual, bilingual, to learn different kind of strategies as to be able to provide the basics for our families and for ourselves, and regarding the people that bring it over, you know, we're talking about the certain kind of populations, it's like these people seem to be traumatized too. So they bring these people over, and they're traumatized, and they bring that trauma over here also, and we're feeling that too. So we got a lot on the plates, but the Meta Center offers opportunities and environments for those who want to do something and change something about their lives to be able to do that. And again, it's like you can learn so many different things about the outer world and the inner world. You know, the outer world is like, as Tony was talking about, you look at the land mass, might look like a giant land, a deceased giant land there, or deceased dragon or bird or whatever, you know. And in a sense, that's not crazy, because look at a lot of the old maps, the old world maps, you'll see creatures and giants and things that depict it, and a lot of them, that was they wrote down what they saw. So I'm not going to hold you again, but I just want to share that we as a people, heart people, the people on this line right here, right now, we can do so much to help each other and help the world, just by looking at our daily lives and how we can help that, how we can affect that. What can I do for people around me right here, right now? I may not know about what's going on in the world. I may not know about all the politics going on. I may not know what people in the world are, going through all these wars and stuff like this, or all this, what's going on. But I know one thing. I know that's it's something I'm dealing with every day. And say, well, I'm depression. I don't feel good every day. How can I help that? And Tony's now got a new program, got a new class coming up regarding teaching people how to use the products that they may have from the Meta Center to help their family and help themselves. And I plan on be going to that. But those are not new things. Those, Tony has been providing those kind of issues, for a while now. And those superhuman classes, if he ever presents another one, I would suggest, that those that are listening would pass that information on to others and try to attend. Right? You might need a bigger venue to Tony might get a bigger venue to hold all the people, but it's something that we need to hear because we are family and we're going to get through this thing as a family. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be as a family. And it's going to be day-to-day lifestyle changes or whatever for day-to-day stuff right here, right now. So again, God bless you. Take care of you. Take care of all of you. And I just enjoy hearing you and hearing Tony's voice again like that. And I just know we as a people going to do better. We're going to do better. Okay. All right, I'm done. And forgive my forgive my the way I draw things out sometimes, but those have been around me, that's what I do. But God bless you. Okay.
All right. Shout out to the elder. David, appreciate the words there. And so with that, so there was a point here when it comes to a lot of times it's a reason why that people are bombarded, specifically humans, because those who are not human doesn't matter. Okay. But the humans are bombarded 24/7 with certain types of thought forms, right? You turn on social media, and it doesn't have to be necessarily immigration or anything like that. It's going to be one of the 4 F's. We talked about the 4 F's, right? In the previous podcast, right? Which was dealing with societal collapse, right? Well, what are they? Feed, flee, fornicate. My mind's kind of, y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. So I am human, right? So with that, you all should check out that video. It deals with them. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, fight. Thank you, Cassandra. Okay, fight, feed, flee, fornicate, right? So with that, which you are going to see on the media, this right here tells you the whole script. Literally. On the media, they're going to target you in one of those ways. It's going to hit one of those: fight, feed, flee, or fornicate. Literally, it's going to look at every program that's coming through your social media and everything else is more than likely going to be one of those 4 if it's coming from AI, if it's coming from when I'm talking about the algorithm. Okay, it's coming from the algorithm. It's coming from the big mockingbird media houses. Okay, it's gonna be fight, flee, feed, fornicate because it's feeding your reptile brain. It's keeping you in your reptile brain versus in your higher thought forms, your limbic system, or even further, your actual, human mind, which has all types of equipment within your body, literally physical equipment to project star systems, you know what I'm saying? To travel to worlds that these entities will never get access to. You have literally the equipment within you. Again, through medical trauma and stuff like that, some certain aspects of it, they tried to force some of those receptors to be turned off. So it's almost like in a car, for example, right? What if in a car, it's almost like, all right, we know the equipment in a car: radios, engines, transmission, these of this nature. Well, the receptors being turned off is equivalent to maybe not having a radio, depending upon which receptor it is. It's equivalent to, which means not being able to really communicate or hear communication. Okay, maybe it's in some cases, some people through these through medical trauma, stuff like that, their engine is literally missing. So that means that you see these children being born, or not too long after being born, after certain things happen, they're unable, their whole system just shuts down completely, almost like their engine now is missing. Okay, so with that, they're targeting those 4 errors. Again, I mentioned this for the 3rd time for a reason: fight, feed, flee, or fornicate. Okay, even a lot of these channels telling you to escape America. You have to escape America right now. Escape to go to countries where, unless you are already well off, in many cases, it's going to be a difficult time. And that's a story that we could get into another time. Okay. And I'm talking about from experience and from the many of you who travel all across the world. You know, there are many Meta Center members who are well traveled. You would not want to go to some of these other countries without the resources, because you want to live, of course, a certain way. Okay. Even at the bare necessities of that certain way. You don't want to live it as a local, because it'd be extremely difficult unless you just have to, because of famine, because of situations is so bad in where you're at, and you are literally unable to do anything a certain way. Then yes, do what you got to do. Of course, people have done that all across the world, but just understand what you're getting yourself into. Be knowledgeable of what you're getting yourself into. If you are, what I would suggest is the astral location. For those who may be thinking of those types of things, allow us to help you using our data to help. It will help 100%. Okay. It will help allow, because it's broken down to different categories. Like, okay, are you moving to literally for family? Are you moving for financial reasons? Are you moving for more relaxation reasons? It breaks it all down and gives you key city and states, or if you could pick other countries as well, okay, their cities and stuff like that, which city is best for you based on the energy or the thought form projection that you want to do. It will help make things easier, much, much easier. Make things easier for yourself. People keep choosing the hard option for some reason. They keep hitting that hard button, keep hitting it over and over and over and over again for some reason. They want their soul's journey to be as difficult as possible. So with that, in many of these different, if you look at the different YouTube channels and stuff like that, that typically talk about moving to different countries or doing anything else, they're coming at you with the 4 Fs: fight, feed, flee, and fornicate. Coming at you for a fight reason to move to a country is not the best way. So they come at you typically for the fornication reason. Okay. And now maybe for the flee reason. They're targeting your reptile brain. Why are they coming for that? Why aren't they coming in a higher thought form? It's really about you moving there for positive reasons. Why are they targeting? Some say it's just marketing. That's a whole other story with that. Because marketing is a deeper, magical, dark magic genre of thing that people do. But with that, why are they targeting you in that way? Why aren't they targeting you with higher thought forms? That they're targeting your higher systems. You see? Anything that you're watching, even if you want to be informed, if it's targeting those centers that are invoking, okay, out of you, your response to fight, flee, feed, or fornicate, it may be setting you up for something. It may not be what you think it is. The Meta Center travels all across the country. I travel all over the place. Let me tell you all this personal story. During y'all know during the whole lockdowns, everybody was closed. Okay, many people's favorite YouTubers who talk about they this and that disappeared. But we were here, 100% here. We were open. Okay. You could come to us. You could call me on the phone, in which many of you did, calling me crying and screaming. But with that, somebody during that time who was watching a lot of what's happening on the media was very scared, which I understand. They were like, Tony, this is going on. Don't you see? I said, I don't see none of that. I mean, y'all know how I am. Y'all know how I talk. I was like, I don't see none of that. This is going on. People are dying here. All this is happening. I said, I don't see that. I'm actually out and about. I don't see that. And this person got extremely irate with me because I wasn't seeing what they were seeing. Now they're saying what they're seeing based on the media. I'm saying what I'm seeing based on actually being outside. Because this person was locked in their house and absolutely scared, scared out of their mind. There's no people dying in the streets. You're just not seeing it. Now, so this is the thing. I'm saying it to say that even when your vibrations are high, those things were most definitely not happening at all. Okay, and that's a whole nother story. Okay, so that wasn't a real incident in that regard. But when your vibrations are a certain way, just certain even stressors that people are under, just think about it. The favorite YouTubers disappear. Your favorite YouTuber disappear who was supposedly the conscious this or conscious that or spiritual this, spiritual that, who should be able to, who should have been able to resist the stressors, broke down and or just disappeared. You didn't hear from them at all. Everybody closed down. The whole community at large is calling us. And I answered every one of those calls. It was so many calls, I had to call people back. And I'm still here now. Get your internal vortex spinning correctly. Okay? And it's not about being as big or as muscular, being super muscular. It's not about being some type of saint or anything. It's not about that. Okay? Start with meditation. Start choosing not to drug yourself. I get it. We all have to turn up at times. Okay? I get it. I am Mr. Vortex, right? The vortex does go up at times, right? I get it. So, yeah, but even though that's the case, people are doing too much. It becomes where if you're drugging yourself all the time, if you're drinking all the time, and so on and so forth, why? It's time to target those core reasons. If you're feeling upset, then why? If you are angry, then why? It's like when it comes to even some of these entities who are trying to get you all to be a part of, to classify you in ways in government systems and stuff like that differently than what you are for other reasons. Okay. Uh, calling themselves sovereignty this and sovereignty that and stuff like that. If you actually have a true grievance, learn civics. If you have a true grievance with the system you're in, there's actually ways to remedy that grievance. It is not what they're doing. Most people, let me tell you all the truth. Here's another one, but hit you all with another truth. Okay? Let's clear this matrix so we're not confused. Let's just say it like this. If one has a grievance, there are legitimate ways to address that grievance. Literally. Okay? If you're able to first identify why you feel the way you feel. And remember, I have thousands of consultations. There's people who come to me who have all type of grievances. Most of the time, it's not even what on the surface level, they make it out to be something else. But when you actually go deeper into the mind, it's not that at all. Typically, ends up going down to either two areas. They want more money or they want more social status. And because they don't have the social status, which could even be respect that they feel that they deserve, they feel that it metamorphosizes into this other issue that, man, I hate America, man, because of this and because of that. No, the reason why you hate because you don't have the social status that you want. If you were looked at as the man on the block or the woman on the block, everybody praises your name, you would have no problem at all. You see? And that's in 99% of cases. People playing, man. Again, y'all know how to mess. We don't play games, man. Stop playing games. Okay. And so what ends up happening because one may not know. Now, I'm not getting on the people who think something is different than what it is, but people pry on that. They have these characters, especially in the different communities, these sovereign people, right? They pry on the fact that you have a grievance. And you may not know what your grievance is because maybe you haven't thought of it. Maybe you need to come to somebody who specializes, and maybe you need to come to like the medicine person who specializes in the data and going inside the mind and with our techniques and stuff like that and getting to the root of what's taking place. Have a consultation. You know what I'm saying? But instead, they say, okay, you got that grievance, huh? Yeah, man. Of America, this is and that, this is and that. Okay, cool. Fill out this form. Here, send here, send this document to some government agency saying you this and that. That's putting you in the system, boss. That person, even if they know it or not, they are an agent. And they're now classifying you. I love data, you all. I mean, I really, really love data. Okay. It's all about the data. It's all about knowledge, knowing, gnosis. And with that data, they're classifying. You didn't know that? Now you know. Just spread this throughout the community. That is 100% what's happening. I'm telling you 100%. Okay. Those documents come in, they know who you are. They know you, but based on that document, they know your belief system. They know you are a potential terrorist threat because of that document in documents, because typically there's more than just one that you're following. You see? And this goes for all humans, white ones in, but there's white sovereign movements too, and there's black ones on both sides. There's some truth in what they're saying. Again, if someone tells you an 80% truth, did they just tell you a truth or they told you a lie? If someone's talking to you and you ask them a question and you want the truth, and the truth they give you is 80% true, did they just lie to you? That's a personal decision for you to decide for yourself. I wish, going back to my story when I was younger, I wish when I had questions and things that, again, as I told you, most people who look like you are the ones causing you problems. I wish that there were people that had certain questions and stuff like that who were not only knowledgeable enough, but wise enough to be able to speak to me in such a way where I completely understood, and maybe certain mistakes I wouldn't have made in my life as a young person or a teenager. I wish, but it is what it is. So I had to become what I wish I had. You did? And there were people who helped me who did not look like me at all. Shout out to all those people in my life. Who didn't have to hire me, but they did. Straight up. I'm sure some of you too have had people who helped you who did not look like you. So quit playing, man. There are some people who are stuck in certain paradigms within their mind because of whatever they have been through. That's for them to go. That's for them to work out. Maybe I've been my comrade. I told her that anytime anything happens, anybody she comes across that got their mind or that they need certain supplementation, they need to come to an event like we have dealing with health or wellness or dealing with one of our ventures, whatever it be, say you need the Meta Center. So somebody who got their mind kind of twisted up like that, say, hey, I think you should check out the Meta Center. Shut up. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Because it could possibly save their life, literally. And what I just told you all about, what I just told you will probably save some of your lives or somebody you know. Like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. Go to this timestamp in this video. In a few minutes, he's going to tell you the whole spiel. Don't do it that way. No. Contact the Meta Center. He will help you find out what your grievance is. And then you all could talk about it and get that right. Because there are rectifications, there are solutions to practically almost every grievance, you all. Straight up. I mean, legitimate, legal, that won't put you in any bind. These people want to bind you. Remember, they're Sith Lords, they're negative entities, Dracons, and they have an alien consciousness. Their whole thing here, whether no matter what they look like, they will look just like you, and they will take you through a whole series of events to get you to bind yourself so that your life is messed up, to take your potential away. I know it's a bit real, maybe even too real for some, but I hope and I do pray. You say pray? What? Yes, prayer is a spiritual technology. You're not using prayer? What? I mean, I'm serious. Not only meditation is a technology. It's a literal technology. Prayer is also a technology. You use them for different reasons. Prayer is a projection. Typically, when people pray, they're praying outwardly. Now, you shouldn't necessarily be praying to want something. Oh, I pray for that Benz. Just do what you need to do, and you just get the Benz. You don't need to pray for it. How's your credit? Are you working? Are you making enough money? If you're making enough money, you got the credit. You can just go buy a Benz. You don't need to pray for it. I don't pray for stuff like that at all. That's easy to get third dimensionally. Just work and save your money. Y'all about to have me, you know what I'm saying? About to have me saying some third dimensional words. Some words that have too much flavor in them. You know, we're not going that flavorful tonight. You know? But with that, prayer is a technology, a projection-based technology. People should pray more, way more. I guarantee you, if I looked at many of your bloodlines, your ancestors, if I look at great 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 grandma, if I look at great 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 grandpa, I guarantee you with some type of prayer, meditation, mantra, something going on, I guarantee it. Especially if you came from one of the bloodlines that has empathy, that has a connection to source. I guarantee it. And I guarantee it wasn't just because they were so supposedly a slave. I guarantee it wasn't that either. Prayer, again, is a spiritual technology, and you're projecting out into the world around you. We pray actually many times and we don't even realize we're praying. When you're singing that song, that crazy ratchet song, or those words from that other song that talk about destroying your people, you're praying. Okay? Hence why your people keep being destroyed. Hence why your other form of your people keep being more ratchet. You're praying for it. You're very powerful. Everybody's praying for it. Maybe we should be more wise in the words we use. Maybe most of us should maybe be quiet more than not. Maybe we should listen more. And maybe if we're listening more, we can catch something that may actually benefit our life for the better, period. If you have a grievance, it's not going to hurt you to actually learn what your grievance is versus you filing some form and you now characterize in all these systems as something very negative that you, if you actually knew that you would be categorized like that, you would not want to do that. Because you really don't feel that way. You're just tired. You're just irritated. You just want an opportunity to work to make some good money. And I can help you with that. You're gonna have to do the work. But I'm gonna give you decades of experience and tell you so the world will be the road that you're taking will be much easier than if you had to do it on your own. But you're gonna have to do the work. I'm not gonna do it for you at all. When one person is doing something, the energetic output could be really strong, but that's one person. When two people are doing something toward a goal, that's now double the energetic output, especially if they're both strong. If 3 people, 4 people, 5 people are working toward the same exact goal with the same or similar energetic output, you reach that goal 5 times faster or 5 times more so in a way where once you reach that, it's 5 times as grand as it would have been, only 5 times more grand than if you would have done that alone. We communicate in many ways. Sometimes it's not just about being quiet, because when you're quiet, you're listening, right? Listening is a form of communication that goes through your ears. Also, when you feel, for those empaths out there, that feeling that you feel when some type of living being is going through something or just feeling happy, whatever it may be. It could be even a dog, a cat, okay? It could be even a tree being cut down or sitting there old that you're leaning against. It doesn't even have to be cut down. It could be sitting there. You're just leaning against it, okay? That feeling is a form of communication. When the things you see, everything you see is communicating with you. So when you watch those videos or movies and stuff that you're really not, if you really thought about it, you're really not feeling that. If you are metaphysically strong enough internally to be able to withstand, like I could watch certain movies because I'm metaphysically strong enough to know what's taking place, and I guard my mind, which is book 1 lessons. I teach you an exercise to literally guard your mind. The book is available on the website. But when you guard your mind, you can block it. If you're strong enough, you could block those types of subversive, subconscious infiltration-based tactics. But if you're not, it's going to enter your subconscious. It's going to sit in there. So if you know you're not strong enough, it's okay. I get it. That stuff is made to be addictive to your mind. Turn it off. Have you ever heard a grandma, specifically a grandma would say this, say like, if you listen to certain music or something like that, that hurt my heart. And as a young person, you may not understand really what they're saying. Hurt my heart. Okay, she's just being facetious. She's just saying that because she just want to hear it or something. But no, when your heart chakra is open, when you become, it's not that you're soft. Grandma and grandpa were extremely strong, especially if they come from certain bloodlines. So it's not that they're weak at all. But yet, grandma would say, especially when certain music was listened to, especially rap and stuff like that, would say, that hurt my heart. Certain type of videos will hurt the heart. It literally hurts the heart. Literally. If you're in tune enough, you feel it. Grandma was speaking some wisdom, man. Only if we had the ears to listen. Straight up. Fathers who are keeping us from certain types of activities, they weren't doing it to stop our fun. They're not doing it, ladies, to stop you from the turn up. They're trying to protect you, to protect your virtue, because they understand what happens if that were to infiltrate you and take your virtue. They understand what type of woman it will turn you into. My prayers are to the fathers who are like that. Protect your daughter's virtue. Let's open the lines again. We've been on for quite a few hours now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 3.5 hours. Is there any comments, questions, or concerns at this time? I'm going to YouTube as well. If there's any comments or anything on YouTube, type them out. I will read them off. Let's see here. Okay. One person named Ariel said, "What's wrong with sex? Please understand and understand the context of what I was saying. Nothing is wrong with sex overall. It's a powerful act. That's the reason why we're all here. But it could any of these attributes can be utilized as something that's sacred or something that could be wielded as a weapon. Know the difference." All right. Through this conversation that we had today, hopefully, it was needed. First off, it was needed. Even for me, I enjoy the conversations we have, the soul family from across the realm. Uh, when we're here together there's people on YouTube, there's people here on the Zoom here, and there's another platform, it's like a little embedded radio platform that I'm actually on as well. So they're listening there too. And when we have this, we're all connected, even through space and time. We all feel the connections of each other, and we are resonating with the word, right? Because it's all about the word, right? So shout out to everybody that is happening with. Hopefully there was something that you heard today that is that not only maybe made you think, hopefully lifted your spirits, hopefully uh makes you at this moment in time a better person going forward for the rest of time. Okay, hopefully it stopped from not so maybe from some nonsense that may have could happen because maybe maybe because let's say some of you may you or somebody you know may be having some financial troubles, right? And you think that's the way to go. It may have just saved your life or that person's life because it's not worth that at all. I most definitely could see how that's a trap. No, I'm not falling for that trap. That's what I'm talking about. We're here at the Meta Center, phone number 708-668-4909. We're located in Oak Lawn. Ideally, if you're coming for, we are open from Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. But I'm possibly going to move that time up to 4 p.m. If you're coming just to come in and just, shop and so on and so forth, you could come on in, but just be aware sometimes we do have classes or consultations and things going on. If that is the case, then you won't be able to come in at that time. Okay, because a class or something like that's going on, something like that. We are expanding the facilities a bit so that you could come in, other people can help you while that goes on. But it just depends on what's happening. So you may just want to call ahead of time, just in case, just so you can come through. But we're there. Consultations on the website, many services for you to help you out, help your family out. A lot of relaxation services as well. If you just want to come and relax, you could come meditate with me. Let's meditate. Drink some tea. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the family who listening, because I have a lot of family members who actually do listen to my podcast as well. So shout out to them as well. And that's blood family I'm talking about with that. So with that, is there any one more time go here? Is there any last minute comments, questions, concerns that we could still cover? If not, we will call it.
Hey, Tony, I got one question for you.
Yes.
And you may want to address this maybe next time if you want to, or if possible, is the unvaccinated uh, 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 interacting with the vaccinated people as far as relationships and those kind of issues. That might be able to help some people. Might be going through that. You might have a girlfriend or a wife or whatever, a relationship that been vaccinated, and you still want the relationship, you want to be involved in it, but there's that other issue. How can you navigate that, or if that's or any other tech, any suggestion that you can offer, or whatever. I just want to throw that out. I appreciate the show tonight. Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the question, Dave. It's always a pleasure to have your presence amongst us. So the ideally, I wouldn't, mess with a person who was like that. This is the time. If there was any time in recent history for people to be much more reserved, this is the time for people to be much more reserved. I'll put it like that. One, through to them being in the reptile brain, and their fornication attribute is to the max. Well, you may be putting yourself in danger because of what you're doing. That ideally because obviously if you're doing it, and it's you probably, if you're awakened, you already know more than likely you shouldn't have been doing that in the first place because of the decision that some people, we are autonomous. We are sovereign beings within ourselves. We have the right to make whatever decision we make, but we have to live with those decisions. Okay, we have to live with those decisions that we make, for better or for worse. Hopefully the betters get better. Hopefully the worses are not too bad, right? But in that, you cannot control what somebody else does, but you can control what you do. And obviously, if you feel a certain way very strongly, and a person is doing something the opposite of you, then obviously you all are not equally yoked. Oh, there's a biblical word there. They'll say in the church, being yoked, equally yoked. Oh, probably you're not with that person, because they don't have the same values you do. Especially if their values, think about it. We're talking about values that preserve life. I mean, think about it, right? We're talking about, hey, you like coffee, I don't like coffee. You know, you like avocados, and I don't like avocados. No, we're talking about situations that could lead to infertility, that could lead to, let's say, even pregnancy issues, that could lead to being infertile for men and women. That's what we're talking about. That's serious, especially if it's someone that you want to be with long term, and if they were willing to do something that uh, you know, it's literally the opposite of your core fiber, morals, and the way you are, then most definitely, I mean, that just shows you there that that was, you could say, the creator showing you that this person's not for you. Even if it hurts, this person's not for you. You're not equally yoked. Find someone who's equally yoked with you, who has those values that you have. It's not that difficult. If you are a pleasant person, male or female, if you take care of yourself, it's not, we in strange, okay, we in very strange times. I mean, people are acting very odd. So yes, that in itself may make it much more difficult than when it has to be. But overall, if you're taking care of yourself and stuff like that, and you do what you need to do, there is not as difficult as you may think to find someone else who will care for you. You show love, you get love. People, it's kind of interesting when it comes to people who come to the center at times, who, like, for example, let me give you an example. A person would book a consultation, and a lot of people book consultations. A lot of people, really need the assistance of the Meta Center for whatever reason. I mean, they really need the assistance, okay? And then there's those people who just want to talk. Okay, that's cool too. But then there are those people who kind of, like, for example, they'll say that they really need help with one thing, right? But in reality, let me give you a real scenario. A woman, she came to the center, she has consultations and stuff like that, and she says it's for one thing, but within a short time, it got found out, maybe her second or third session, it got found out it wasn't any of that at all. She just wanted someone there talking to her. She just wanted someone who would talk to her that actually cares. She wanted to feel like someone cared, like someone cared about her. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the real reason why it had nothing to do with any issue at all. And I said, you know, so pretty much she was wasting time per se, because there are people who could utilize that time block they actually really need certain types of help. And her whole thing is that she wanted to feel pretty much cared for. If you want to, in which we got into one of her solutions to this need to want to feel cared for, because she was lonely, is to, if you show care, you will get care. So, well, what do I mean by that? It may not be in the way that maybe we are consciously projecting, but it'll be in a different way. So, for example, you want to feel loved. Take care of a dog, for example, a puppy. Okay, they are most definitely entities, that beings here, that most definitely show a lot of love toward those who show love toward them, and that may satisfy that actually. Why don't you volunteer at a soup kitchen, for example? These are different examples I gave you. Right, volunteer at a soup kitchen. You're sitting there helping people who are looking at you, who are appreciative in most cases for what you're doing. That will satisfy that aspect of yourself that you're feeling the need for. So where you're not booking consultations saying that all this is going on when it was a complete lie, and you just wanted to somebody sit here in front of you and take the time to really show care towards you, because that's literally wasting my time. You get what I'm saying? So there are solutions to everything we feel. There's a solution to it. Now, sometimes as humans, that's the thing about humans. You are the most special being that, I mean, there's different types of souls, and there's some souls that are greater souls and lesser souls, so greater lights and lesser lights. There are some souls that are, they think about it, right? Think of like, uh, there are some souls that are more of a soul, let's say, like in the sense of, let's just say, let's classify it in weight. There are some souls that weigh 1,000 pounds. There are some souls that weigh 100 pounds. They both have souls. But one is, as one goes through these lives that we live and so on and so forth, your soul becomes greater. And let's say for this conversation to keep things as simple as possible, it can gain more weight. Not weight. That's not it's not a bad thing. You're just becoming more heavy in your soul energy. Okay. And so with that, man, it's just this is so interesting. Uh so anyhow, there are I kind of lost track a little bit, y'all, because there's I'm just thinking.
Finish the thought, Tony. Finish the thought.
So I would just put it like this. Let me put it like this, you all. The When it comes to life in the world around us, when it comes to care, we are humans and other life forms here too. It's not just humans. Other life forms here have really great souls. Okay. But specifically humans are extremely unique. You have the ability to go, you have the ability, what they're called free will, but it's the ability to choose. That's actually, and that's what as I got into in the previous podcast, that's what a lot of these evil entities, that's what they hate about humans. We'll take that for granted. What do you mean? Just because I have the ability to choose? Because they were created for a purpose. No matter if that purpose is good or bad. They were created for a purpose and they are locked into that purpose. And that's it. That's their destiny from start to finish. But whether it's a good thing, we all could agree is a good thing. Whether it's a bad thing, we all could agree is a bad thing. Where you have the choice. You could actually change at any moment. At any moment, you can change. At any moment, you can say enough of this nonsense. I'm drinking too much. I'm smoking too much. I'm through. A lot of entities can't do that. And that ability to change like that can literally change the world. Literally. And you could do it instantly. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I would never thought I would be in this position that I am. I had a whole different life for myself than this. As I told you, I didn't aim for this. But it showed me, the creator showed me through trials and tribulations, through seeing things that gifted to see things that some pray all their life to see and will never see. I just tell you, I'm so powered up in what I do, and I'm good at what I do. I'm happy about what I do. I get joy out of what I do. I loved this life that even though I avoided it like the plague, even though I'm up every day early, I go to bed. Oh, I try to go to bed early, but sometimes I'm up very late, working on this, working on that. Uh, I really love what I do because of what I seen as possible. That's why I just keep saying it over and over and over again. It's absolutely amazing what the potential that we all have. And see, I put so much already into this. I'm fulfilled for my entire life. Let me tell you all, this entire life that we live, I'm people want to live their purpose and do this and do that, right? I thought one thing was my purpose, but this was actually my purpose. Now, those other things that I thought were my purpose help to contribute to my main purpose. because I learned so much in different scientific endeavors I was in, because I learned so much in the computer endeavors I was in, because I learned so much in the health endeavors I was in, because I lived certain lives, I seen how people are, I seen people who claimed all these people hate them, but yet that person helped me, and helped other people. I seen these people say, "Hey, uh, you know, claiming they're claiming that these people hate, but really it's really that these people hate themselves, and just through certain circumstances of being put in, even though even at the time I didn't understand. Okay, I couldn't accept it, or it aggravated me. I didn't want to be in those positions. But I was still awakened. And again, this is most of the time, this is before even social media, you all. So we're talking about 90s and stuff. Okay. I was late 80s. I was still awakened. So I was paying attention. And even though, regardless of the way the circumstance went, I'm observing what took place, never knowing that later on in life, what I was observing will come to help hundreds, if not thousands of people. That's what they say, trust the process. I mean, I never knew it would be at this point. I never knew I would meet Dr. Dibble Blair. And he lived down the street from me. Literally, he lived literally right down the street from me. I never knew that until one day I started. I'm like, man, I wish. This is a projection. This is a prayer. I said, man, I'm watching all these people on YouTube, stuff like that. Now, this is now, again, this is almost at this point. This would be over close to 20 years ago. So I was like 23 ish, 24 ish, maybe somewhere in that range. Okay, and I'm like, man, I seen all these people on YouTube and stuff, these videos. Okay, but then at that point, it wasn't really even YouTube. I was getting videos at this local flea market. And even that's derogatory, right? Flea market, right? Think about that, right? A place where fleas or lower people are at, right? Even we gotta be careful with language. But what they call the flea market though, anyway, for at least this story here. I was to get these videos from this guy who sold conscious videos, dealing with all this types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I would buy DVDs from him and stuff like that. And I used to come across Dibble Blair. Y'all know how I go. You know what I'm saying? You see a Dr. Blair, you watching the whole video from beginning to end. You like encore, encore, encore. The person next to you like, bruh, you could just rewind the tape. You dig what I'm saying? So anyways, watching it, and I was like, man, all these people, man. You know what I'm saying? Like why none of them in Chicago? At that point, I'm getting deeper and deeper into the metaphysical aspects of the region and how ancient the region is, and it made no sense that none of the deeper metaphysical teachers were here. Now, of course, there's people like Steve Coakley. Some of y'all should look up Steve Coakley. You know what I'm saying he was the I don't want to get his you'll probably know David Steve Coakley. Do you know who Steve Coakley is? Or Antonio? Do you know who Steve Coakley is?
It doesn't ring a memory. It doesn't ring a memory for me.
Okay. What about you, Antonio? If he's there. Oh, there
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Steve Coakley.
Did that name ring a bell?
No.
Oh,
And
okay.
and I'm probably I'm old as dirt. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That name
Okay.
doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. Well, let me tell you all. Appreciate that, Dave and Antonio. So, okay, so I was like, because of the Chicago's history, as I was going deeper and deeper and deeper into metaphysics and stuff like that. And again, this is before I met Dr. Blair. And I'm traveling around Chicago. I'm going to ancient sites. I'm seeing the ancient city beneath the city, literally. Okay. I'm blown away. I'm like, man, all this energy here. We have some old institutions here, but really old institutions that are power players in the global dynamic that are really hidden. They're not gonna name here. But I'm like, where's the people at though? Where's the teachers at? Stuff like that, right? And so came across Steve Coakley. But Steve Coakley at that point, I think maybe he was still alive, maybe, but I don't think so. But anyway, Steve Coakley, you all should look him up. He's a heavy one. He Harold Washington, who was the one of the first black mayor of Chicago, and ended up dying, I think, of a heart attack, something like that. People say he was assassinated. Okay, and he was the A2, I believe. I think that was his title, A2, here Mayor Harold Washington. Okay, Harold Washington. That's some Chicago history right there. It'll take you down. You type in Harold Washington in Google, it'll take you down rabbit hole. Steve Coakley got videos all over YouTube. Um, and he gets deep into the aspects of the machine that runs politics and all kinds of stuff. It's heavy. Chicago energy. Okay. Dr. Blair, Chicago energy. So you all probably like that. Okay. But anyways, I'm in my place in my apartment. I'm like, man, and I put out a projection, a prayer, looking for a master teacher that was here, that I could learn from. And found out Dr. Blair lived right down the street from me. You couldn't make it up, and you couldn't believe it's unbelievable. And I said, what? He lives in Chicago, and then I found out that if I come across another video, he's in Oak Lawn. I'm like, what? And then down the street from me, I blew his phone up. Y'all understand me? I was calling him. I kept getting his voice. I kept calling him, calling him, calling him, calling him, calling him. Something within me, and this is not because I heard somebody say something like that. Again, this is in the beginning stages of social media. Some people do things because they hear other people say it. Nah, this was from inside of me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I need to speak to him now. I won't keep calling until he picks up the phone. Eventually, he picks up the phone. We spoke. I said, can I come by? I have to meet you in person. Came by, and when he came to the door, I touched his hand. It was a handshake. And when I touched his hand, something literally came over me, and my mouth started speaking. I'm here to help you, and I'm going to be here to help you, whatever you need. I didn't plan to say that. I wasn't like strategizing to say that. Okay, I came over just to ask some questions and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I came over here like people do to ask some questions. You know what I'm saying? And hear the wisdom he has to share. That's all. And that came over me to say, and literally from the day that I met him to the day he passed, I was literally by his side. I used to be over Dr. Blair's house for sometimes 12, 13 hours in a day, 5, 6 days a week. And those who know me know I am 100% true. I'm not making that up. I used to eat dinner with him multiple times a week. Okay. Literally. We used to eat dinner together 3, 4, 5 times a week sometimes. For years. Years. Many, many years. And many people think in the beginning it was this absorbing the wisdom that Dr. Blair shared. But eventually it came to just being there with him. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. Wish I had a bit more time. But that's why that Dr. Blair, we shared many stories and a lot of time together about all different types of just all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That it's personal to me and Dr. Blair. And that's why Dr. Blair, he knew that what I would do with the Meta Center. Because he we talked about many different things, right? And even about certain energies and certain people.
You have to understand that in, right, is up.
One second, y'all. The heck was
Very important. It leads us to.
All right. So Dr. Blair, he, he knew that we talked about many different subjects, about people, organizations, things of this nature. And what we do is not for the faint of heart at all. It's all different types of energies that that you know that we deal with in the position that I'm in and stuff like that. Lots and lots of angels. Lots of angels. Shout out to the angels. Shout out to the supporters in every form, members and those who support us and what we do. But there's also the weirdos, the alien consciousness, the Dracons. You know, it's all different types of weird stuff. You know, that would blow some of you all's minds. And so he knew that I'll be able to handle it just because of the way I am. And it's not that the things that I say to you all at times, many of you know this by now, but it's not that I'm just very direct, you know, and I'm direct in a way I never mean to hurt you or bring harm to you at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just very direct, no nonsense. And he knew, you know, again, Dr. Blair was a wise man. You think that he would, you think that he would leave his most precious, energetic signatures to to a person that he couldn't trust wholeheartedly, regardless of a person, regardless of anybody in the community at all doesn't agree with or agree with, whatever. It doesn't matter. Do you think he would do that? You see? And so this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Very that's why I'm here, you all, man. You know what I'm saying? Good times, man. We've been on many adventures from that point to now. If you notice, many of you all have been around. Let's go back to his memorial. Since it's story time, I didn't even know all this was going to come up. Kind of got me a bit emotional a little bit. But let's talk about the memorial. Some of you came out to it. Some of the people who claim they love Dr. Blair so much weren't anywhere in sight. Which is when I still see these posts, it kind of is very strange to me because these people weren't there at all. But anyhow, that day that Dr. Blair memorial was, it was in Chicago. Shout out to everybody who was there. Shout out to Miss Blair, Miss and Mr. Blair. Shout out to Seville. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Ed, one of the medicine members. I get into the story. Get into the story. So anyways, you know, I was very emotional that day internally. You know, I had to say some words. I was very very kind of cold, cut and dry with it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was emotional. I was grieving. You know, I shouldn't even, you know, I was up there, but I really shouldn't have been up there because I was grieving. But anyhow, pulling up to the place though, got there. It was one of the most windy days in Chicago that you would have ever imagined. Since that point, it has never been that windy. Let's put it like this. Since I've been living, it has never been that windy in Chicago. Since after, it has not been that windy in Chicago. On that day, it just became windier and windier and windier. Didn't think a whole lot of it at the time. Pulled up a iron fence that was, I was parked on the street, and it was a fence. It started to be, I'm sitting in the car kind of on my phone, because the memorial service hasn't started yet or anything like that. And on the side of me, there's a fence, a metal fence. The wind started to blow so much. My car I was in started to kind of go to the side. I'm like, what is going on? The fence that was on the side started to blow. Okay, it was more of a solid fence, so the wind could blow against it, blow against it, blow, and pushed it all the way down. The metal of the fence was bent downward. I'm like, what is going on? Got out the car and started walking toward the door. I'm being blown to the side, and above the facility where the memorial service at, the clouds were doing that cold tornado funnel turn. It was just kind of turning really slow, but it was turning. You people who know who've seen tornadoes before know that funnel that's about to be started. It was just slowly turning. I was like, people would not believe this. One of the people who are on the line here, let's see, is he still here? Ed, you there? Is he here? Is he here? Is he here? No, it looked like he's off the line. Okay, he's off the line. Okay, well, Ed, who's a longtime medicine member, I met him there. That's the first time I ever met him. As I was walking to the door, being blown to the side, this brother had got out his car. He came from the Baltimore. Okay, and first time I ever been to Chicago. Uh, Came in I want to come at the airport. He came in at midway, and he had this whole bunch of stuff that had to happen to get him to get to the memorial service. And as I was walking to the door, he was walking toward, to the door as well. So we met at that intersection there. And me and the brother bonded immediately. Well, we bonded immediately. And even to this day, brother's a huge supporter. We talk all the time. Okay. And so went in there, wind blowing like crazy. The memorial service was phenomenal. Out of all the major, well-known, conscious people who came to the center, Brother Umar Johnson came. He was there. Many of you know who Umar Johnson is, regardless of what you think of him. But out of all the conscious people, he was the main person that came. Out of all the heads you keep claiming that know Dr. Blair. So even at the very least, I respect the brother for that, because he didn't have to do that. And he doesn't even mention Dr. Blair like that. But you have all type of other people claiming to mention Dr. Blair who weren't there. It was a beautiful service. Absolutely beautiful service. It's very interesting. Things that take place in a life. This theater that we are all sharing that we call life. It's very, very interesting. You all, as we get older, especially someone what I'm about to say, sometimes you don't realize until you get older and certain brain function really starts to kick in. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to those who are wise from birth. Shout out to you. But some brain functions will kick in into later, going through things and stuff like that. But really cherish those that you care for. Show that you care for them. Tell them you care for them. Not expecting anything in return. Not, you know, let them know. Straight up. And so you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised not only how it make them feel, but also uh, just as one gets older, one would be happy that they told that person that. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe more in the future. There's many, many stories of Dr. Blair and I, but maybe in the future I get deeper into some of them. But yeah. So let me tell you all what's taking place. Tuesday, February 13th. I think that's on a Tuesday. I think it is. Let me look at my calendar here. Yes, it's Tuesday. So Tuesday, February 13th is Dr. Blair's born day. At the center, we'll be there. It's kind of like a holiday. Well, not kind of. It is a holiday. Every year since he transitioned, uh, it's a day that overall take off, but at the same time open because we do medicine and things, right? So at the same time off but open. Okay. So we'll be there. I'm gonna be there. We're gonna be playing some unreleased Dr. Blair lectures and classes and so on and so forth. Meditating on the elder. I'm gonna order some food in for those. I'm not sure what exactly, but something hopefully a bit more higher vibrational, you know. Uh, and just relax, have conversations, watch some lectures on the TV because we do got TVs all around and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Watch some lectures and just relax. It's just a relaxing day. You know what I'm saying? We'll be there uh, that day. You know what I'm saying? A bit of reflection. And because we wouldn't be here. Think of the conversations we're having because realistically, I'm a bit disappointed in what certain energies are in the world around us. And I couldn't even imagine if the medicine wasn't around. From all the things that we have been doing all these years, I couldn't imagine that there would be a void there. Um, that will most definitely have been filled with more egotistical stuff, you know what I'm saying, of these other people. So um I wouldn't have met many of you without this opportunity, you know. It's been an amazing experience, you all. I mean, again, the driving across country. I mean, everything, a lot of the work that's been done has all been medicine work. Driving from coast to coast, flying from coast to coast, going here, going there, South America, Canada. Seeing sights that most people wouldn't believe. Of course, the old worlders, but I knew the old worlders beforehand. Yeah, I didn't know the old worlders is who Dr. Blair speaks of in the book. If you didn't know that, the two entities that Dr. Blair talked about in his extraterrestrial experience are who I call the old worlders that I knew for since I was young. So this has been interesting. So good energy, everyone. Good energy, good vibes. Uh
Tony,
yeah.
I got one last statement I want to make.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, that statement is this: for all y'all people listening, and to yourselves, remember, it's uh, it's more of a blessing to talk to a live face than talk to a picture. So remember that when you got some issues with people, and even people that may be close to deceasing. I mean, close to that age or whatever. So if you got something to do or talk to them about or share with them, do it while they're living, and it'll be a blessing for you and for them. And again, it's more of a blessing to talk to the human face than talk to the picture. But of course, you got that option too. But I'm just saying what I'm saying. And I appreciate everybody. I'm done. Thank you very much, Tony, for your blessings. And one other thing, we are a family, and we will get through this. We will get through this.
There it is. So yeah, so I'm trying to think anything else, y'all. We went late as we did. So we went 4 hours. We went our usual record. All right. I knew tonight might have been a long one if it happened. Um, yeah, good times, good times. It's always good when we are having to have that conversation. Okay, so next week, next Saturday, we have the again herbology class. Well, so it deals with if it was a grid down. It's not to be focused on a grid down per se, but if it was a grid down scenario and all you had was a cabinet full of meta center herbs, um, what would how what can you do with them? Like for example, what herbs can you use for indigestion issues, like nausea, stuff like that as well. What about if you have a headache and so on and so forth? And so we're gonna get into all of that on that day. We're also gonna get into water purification and stuff like that as well. So that would be that Saturday. Uh, the following course, Tuesday, is Dr. Blair's born day. That's just that. With that, we'll be there all day for that. Uh, in March 23rd is the holistic inner. That's the day to, again, we putting forth projections for the future. So it's a day that's all about you, and people have been coming to it, even booking their own sessions. So you want to look at that on the website if that's something that may interest you with that. That's your own personal power kind of experience. From that point in May, mid to late May, we're going to be having a road trip, a very short one, where we're going to be at the center, take a trip anywhere from an hour to 3 hours away, and we're going to go to see a bee colony, and learn about bees, honey, royal jelly, all that kind of stuff. That will be announced on the website. And then I'm thinking what to do sometime throughout the summer as well. I'm thinking of, just so you all know, I'm thinking to do another superhuman class, and if so, it's probably going to be in August. But I'm still debating that right now because it has to be, it has to be what it needs to be, and I'm kind of relaxing and seeing what's revealed to me about that before I announce that. So that's just that as well. Um, yeah. So new, you had I think you had a comment or something there. Was that you? Yeah, you said, can you talk tomorrow? Yeah, you could give a call. We're open from, well, you can, well, really Tuesday, but you can call tomorrow to, Mondays are off day, but I'm usually kind of around. So just ring. Just ring if you need to. And that's just that. But Tuesday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. All right, everyone. Is that it for now? Is that it for now? Any comments, questions, concerns? Going once. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Going twice. Once, twice, once, twice. Check YouTube real quick. Okay. All right. Okay, so that looks like that's it for now. So everyone have a good rest of this week coming up. Keep your energies high, get yourself in order, no more excuses, no matter what it is. You got this. Don't blame others. Just work on yourself. Stay focused. Keep the energy high. Eat good things, think good things, drink good things, be around good people. You did? Talk to you all soon. Take care.